Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, John Travolta, JMels24, Unamento, M, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKiernan, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fibre Oats, Bogey, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Mel B Styles, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
The Bible is all about the bridegroom. It is so different than a regular wedding where everybody's focused on the bride. No. The bridegroom, Jesus, that's what it's all about.
I'd like to add something.
Yeah, we focus on the bridegroom.
The Bible has the bridegroom focusing on his bride.
But,
If you read the Bible,
Dank has to say something. Dank?
Yeah, I'd like to add that Christ did say, "Go forth and sin no more." I mean, so it is possible. I'm not saying
No. He told the woman.
possible
He
for
told the
everyone.
woman. Hold on. He told the woman caught in adultery, "Go and sin no more." He's talking about that specific lifestyle. Of course, you're going to fall short in other areas. He meant go sin no more. If you turn your life around from an adulterer, right, or just somebody who's constantly what do you call that? Promiscuous, and you come to the Lord and you're walking in that, you're not going to do that sin no more. You may get angry at somebody for cutting you off. You may see a woman and glance at her and say, "Whoa, it's okay, don't take that second look." But that's what he meant. Go and sin no more.
So it's possible.
John?
No, it's not.
Well, Paul, well, I think there's a misunderstanding between the flesh and the spirit. You see, when you're born again, your spirit is new, right? You got a new spirit.
Correct.
All things are become new. Even in the Old Testament, it said, "I will give you a new heart and a new spirit." And you're born of incorruptible seed now, and right?
Because no matter
But
what,
but you still got to do something about your flesh. You got to bring your flesh into subjection. Paul said,
what
right?
does the Apostle
And
Paul
you got to
say? I die daily. You die daily. And it's the sanctification process. See, you're misunderstanding it too. I'm going to leave it alone because I get excited about this because there is a doctrine that goes out and has caused so many young Christians to stumble and fall away. The doctrine of perfection.
To simplify it, the Lord, okay, you're born again, right? You're born again of incorruptible seed. But with your body, Paul said, "I bring my body into subjection." That's something you have to still do something about. And your mind, you also still have to do something about your mind too, about renewing your mind. Okay, but the spirit is something the Lord did about. Okay,
That's
so
sanctification.
but you still have to renew your mind, right? And you still have to keep your body into subjection, right? So
sanctification.
But
that's the reading of the Word of God, the renewing of the mind, daily in devotion, renewing of the mind. But you could turn around. Yes.
they make the decision to take up your cross.
Right. But you're not going to be
and
perfect.
the more we grow,
But what he's saying is there's a part you play physically.
Right. But that brings you into works, but you're working on the flesh.
You're supposed to work on your.
Yes, I just said you're working on it. My brother's talking to me at the same time. You're working on your flesh daily, but not for salvation, my friend. I'm sorry.
For perfection.
Yeah, because we strive to be perfect. He is perfect. But what did the Apostle Paul do? He got mad at what's his name? What was the guy he said? Nicodemus. And then later on in life, he said, "Bring Nicodemus back. He'll be beneficial to me." But he was rough on a young, what? Not Nicodemus. Mark. He sent Mark away, in the first ministry because he didn't feel him fit. That was rough on a young kid. But then later on, Paul realized in his older life, now he'll be useful to me because he reflected back and seen, hey, might have been a little rough on the guy.
I
There's a
think
lot.
I agree
There's
with
not
you.
one disciple that's not sinless.
I think when it comes to salvation, you and me can agree that once you're born again, you're saved, right?
Done deal.
Say that again, Neil.
Done deal. Correct.
All right, so let's just. I think we're on a similar page. There's just there's some things you know what I'm saying? But yeah.
I don't know what you're saying. I don't even know what any of you are saying. What's the question?
Well, how about
There's
this?
people
If when you're
saying,
born again,
hold
are you
on.
saved?
Wow.
Yeah,
One at a time.
that's not what it is, righteous. The doctrine that was being
I
pushed.
still didn't understand. What
was-
did he say?
I'm going to tell you now.
Well, no, I want him to tell me. I want him to tell me.
Well, we're generally talking about like salvation, and we're talking about a bunch of things. And I try to simplify it the most that because he said it's not saved by works, and I agree, we're not saved by works, right?
Okay.
And
Okay.
but overall, I think me and Neil, we can agree that once you're born again, you're saved, correct?
Well, he just agreed with you on that, and he agreed you're not saved by work. So what's the problem?
Neil,
The problem is.
No, not you, righteous.
No.
No, I got Neil. Hang on,
He's not
Neil. No, I don't want you to answer for him. Neil says he agreed with you that if you're truly born again, that you're saved. And righteous, you just said you're not saved by works, which is what Neil agrees. So what's the problem? Righteous?
I'm trying to tell you that.
Righteous.
Tell you. No, we're talking about Saturday night, 10th. If you would listen to me a second. Saturday night, there was a guy on trying to push that you could be perfect in your flesh. End the story.
There was only one who was perfect in his flesh, and that was the Lord Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
Okay, end the story. Whoever that guy is doesn't know the Bible.
Right. They kept going back to James. He brought up that whole thing in James where he goes, that whole rebuke to I don't know. I used to know offhand. I don't know offhand. But
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what it doesn't matter what he brings up when we're extolled to confess our sins one to another. What the heck?
Right. So that was the whole thing. People kept coming on saying, and then there was one where they say you can lose your salvation. That was the other thing that came up.
No, if there's no losing your salvation. There's pretender clowns, as we call them, who think they're saved. Lots of people sit in the church thinking they're saved, and then when they get judged, I thought once saved, always saved. Well, yeah, but you were never saved.
Exactly.
Well, you pretended.
Yeah, this guy D Rose came on.
Can I ask
Listen to it. Go ahead.
I want to ask. I was gonna say the 10th. Well, you want to ask 10th, you and me, and what Neil thinks about the Hebrew 6? Because that's what the subject was
No,
mostly
this is
about.
a
Was
physics
Hebrew 6.
show. I want to get back to a physics show. If I want a Bible show, I won't come to Nathan Oakley 1980. That's for sure.
Well, it is
Okay,
the pre-show.
fair enough.
It doesn't matter. Is the pre-show going to be a Bible show?
Well, we
Is that- is-
asked you, but and you have the option to say yay or nay, and you said nay, and that's fine. I'm good.
No, I was talking about something else. I've come to this show because the platform is physics. It's a secular show. It's not a Bible show. I would never come to the show for Bible truth. Got a bunch of people here who think they know the Bible and they don't, and they get free airtime, and it makes me sick.
All right, so 10th, what do you got?
What do I got? I got level is horizontal, and it's crazy to talk to people who say otherwise.
It's sort of like the scriptures.
I mean, my goodness, these same people who say, "Oh, the theodolite." Well, just go look at what you have to do with a theodolite. You have to set it level, and it says level is horizontal. You got to have a perpendicular, which are vertical. I mean, it's everything just like the sextant. That's what I want to talk about. These idiot ballers. Just none in Discord, huh?
There's a few of us here.
Not you.
Tank,
I'm
one
saying
deck.
the ballers.
Oh, there's not that many ballers this time around.
Well,
And when they
it's,
were around,
level
they're not jumping on the
level
show.
in the horse. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm done. I'm sorry.
No, I was over talking to you actually.
I was just gonna say when they were in Discord and are on Discord, they're not piping up. So that was
Yeah,
it.
I just want to find out where they got level and horizontal aren't synonyms and why they're different. When everything I read, from the theodolite to sextant to anything, level and horizontal are the same. Yeah, I guess too hard of a subject for ballers to talk about anymore.
They don't
Well,
come in anymore, 10th.
I wonder why. They don't want to level with us.
Listen, it's the bottom line is it's over. We know that. It's
That's
only a
been
matter of
over.
time. We got to keep plugging in, because it's going to hit the big boys soon, and they're going to have to give an account for what's happening. Paradigm
And
has shifted.
Well,
and
we
to
got
add on to that,
what's that?
I was just gonna say quickly. I seen somebody was talking about the Artemis stuff like that, and I decided to check out the live stream. And there does seem to be people posting like, "Is this it?" or "Who's the cameraman?" or FE. So
That's funny.
go on, 10th. Go on, 10th. I didn't mean
No,
to
I said
interrupt
that's
you.
funny. That's funny that
Yeah.
you're seeing all that. I
Yeah.
posted.
So what Neil's saying is like, right, if you just keep pushing it and you just keep talking about it, anyways, that's it.
Did you see the video I posted? Oh, so funny. It's called "Imagining the 10th Dimension," written by Rob Bryanton. Let me post it again. Nathan, you there?
Yes.
It's pushing buttons.
No, he's listening. Save. Okay. And then copy. Copy link. All right. I'm going to post it. We've got time. This is fantastic. Paste and then the media. Boom. Boom. All right. Check this out. It's in Master D. Tell me what you got on the screen.
Imagine the 10th
Okay, so I wrote,
dimension. Sorry.
imagining the 10th dimension. Time is a concept, not real. Show me time in the box, please. I wonder who said that. It's not a causal power. It's a convention we have for the sun circuit, 24 hours making the full day and night. You can't bend the concept. And I put the link. So if you want to do a reaction video, you can start.
We start with a point.
Good way to start, I guess. Good way as any.
Yeah. That's
Like
it.
the point we know from geometry, it has no size, no dimension.
What's this video about? 10th
Fifth
dimension.
dimension. Just let it play for a bit.
It's just an imaginary idea that indicates a position in a system. A second point, then, can be used to indicate a different position.
I mean, is it going to be globe related?
Well, the globers use it, absolutely.
The 10th dimension. Okay.
But it too is of indeterminate size. To create the first dimension, all we need is a line joining any 2 points.
Okay, so far everything he's laid down. Anybody gonna disagree with this? It's stupid too.
No.
Okay.
A first-dimensional object has length only, no width or depth.
Okay. Where does this get globe related? I don't follow.
It's been, hang on. You've been talking about these guys and time and space. It's getting there. Just be patient.
Okay. I've got to react, though, because I can't just let it play out.
No, go ahead. Stop and react. And then go.
If we now take our first-dimensional line and draw a second line crossing the first,
Would this be the second dimension? I mean, I'm just guessing.
we've entered the second dimension.
We called it.
The object we're representing now has a length and a width, but no depth.
Length, width, no depth. Okay, I'm following. I'm with you.
To help us with imagining the higher dimensions, we're going to represent our second dimensional object as being created using a second line, which branches off from the first.
Seems reasonable, wouldn't you agree?
Now let's imagine a race of two-dimensional creatures called flatlanders. What would it be like to be a flatlander living in their two-dimensional world?
Oh, hold on. By flatlander, does he mean flat earther? And by two-dimensional world, does he mean a world that we measure a flat baseline from, but certainly has three-dimensionality? Which one does he mean? We'll find
have
out.
to wait and see.
A two-dimensional creature would have only length and width, as if they were the royalty on an impossibly flat playing card.
Okay, yeah, that seems reasonable in this hypothetical.
Picture this. A flatlander couldn't possibly have a digestive tract because the pipe from their mouth to their bottom would divide them into two pieces.
It's an interesting way of looking at it. It's reasonable, though.
Yeah.
And a flatlander trying to view our three-dimensional world would only be able to perceive shapes in two-dimensional cross-sections.
I don't know about this. Cross-referencing from a two-dimensional example, viewing a three-dimensional example. So this is where the first problem comes. So in the same way you can't take Newtonian concepts into pseudo-Riemannian force space, that's Einsteinian concepts, the two are incompatible when you're talking about different geometries. So when you're talking about something drawn on a piece of paper, seeing something in a three-dimensional wireframe, you're like, no, it doesn't work like that. They're different. So this is going to be my first problem, because I assume this is greasing the skids from doing this further up the dimensions. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
A balloon, for instance, would start as a tiny dot, become a hollow circle which inexplicably grows to a certain size.
So straight away, again, is greasing the skids by convoluting the dimensions. This isn't a balloon, is it? An outline of an upside-down pear shape isn't what he's described. He said a balloon. Okay, that's got three-dimensionality if it's going to, have gas forced into it to cause all of the sides of the containers to expand. I don't know, he seems to be convoluting and greasing the skids a lot.
Then shrinks back to a dot before popping out of existence.
Oh, now we've definitely got that's a lot of slather of grease that is just shoved on those rails. What? Disappears to a point, right? So that's definitely not even one dimensionality by the examples you've given so far, and then disappears out of existence. Yeah, there's a lot of greasing of the skids.
And we three-dimensional human beings would seem very strange indeed to a flatlander.
Hold on. All you've done is shown lots of cross-sections of two dimensions. So when do we put the 3D goggles on, by the way? When's
It's
that coming?
coming.
It's coming.
Imagining the third dimension is the easiest for us because
I don't have to imagine anything in the third dimension. What's he talking about? Again, right? So if he can get you to perceive the three-dimensional reality that we inhabit, there's no imagination required. But he's going to be moving into dimensions that definitely do require imagination. So if you can take that one step back, imagine a three-dimensional world. Oh, it's going to be hard. Oh, that's a bit tricky. Are you having me on? I'm sat in a chair. Everything about the world I'm inhabiting requires no imagination and is three dimensions. What's he talking about? Is it because of the limitations of the screen, maybe? Maybe that's me jumping to conclusions. Maybe he's going to detail the limitations of the screen. We'll see.
No, Nathan, bingo, you nailed it. It's early in the morning for me. I don't know what time it is for you, but you nailed it. Good job.
Okay, so I'm not going to say, okay, I've got that wrong. He's going to detail the limitations of the viewing perspective in this medium. i.e. on the
Well,
screen.
what's the title of the video again?
Imagining 10th dimension.
10th dimension.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
every moment of our lives, that's what we're in. A three-dimensional object has length, width, and height. But here's another way to describe the third dimension.
Oh, another way to describe it. Okay, why? We experience it on a very real level.
If we imagine an ant walking across a newspaper which is lying on a table,
Why? I mean, I could literally recreate that in seconds, especially in summer. No bother. No imagination land required for this. I don't get it.
we can pretend that the ant is a flatlander.
Whoa. We're in three-dimensional land in a real example where ants do definitely crawl on three-dimensional newspapers in their three-dimensional world that they inhabit, that I don't have to imagine to experience. But now we're going to, take that ant to be a two-dimensional flatlander when you've given us a 3D example at the start of this? Sounds like you're juxtaposing two dimensions with three dimensionals in your two-dimensional example now? Is this going to be a two-dimensional example? What's going on?
Walking along on a flat, two-dimensional newspaper world.
Oh, we are. Again, I called it. So why did you start this by telling us it was a three-dimensional example?
If that paper is now folded in the middle, we create a way for our flatlander ant to...
What? No. Number one, we're still in a two-dimensional representation on a screen. Number two, you've just told us that we're in a two-dimensional world, and now you've rolled up a cylinder. A tube. So, very much a three-dimensional example that you're saying is taking place in a two-dimensional way. No, it isn't. You've rolled it up. You've taken it out of the second dimension and put it into a third dimension by way of your depiction. Of course, we need to convolute the lines between these dimensions before we move forward, don't we? Oh, yes. I'm going to say with that confidence, even though I haven't actually watched this video because 10th man's assuring me that's the case. Hopefully so.
to magically disappear from one position in his two-dimensional world.
It didn't disappear from a position in his two-dimensional world. You rolled it up.
And be instantly transported to another.
No, there was no transportation involved. If I rolled up a newspaper with an ant on it, he hasn't transported from a two-dimensional to a three-dimensional world. Seem to be blurring the lines between dimensions here, don't we, my friend? I wonder why.
We can imagine that we did this by taking a two-dimensional object and folding it through the dimension above, which is our...
Don't have to do anything. I can just fold the newspaper that you gave me in the last example. And I can see that there's no teleportation or transportation when I roll it up, beyond what I've done when I've rolled it up. If the ant stood on an article that starts with the word "the" and he doesn't move, and I roll up the newspaper, he's still stood in the same place, he hasn't been transported. Beyond me moving him. And the newspaper is on.
Our third dimension. Once again, it'll be more convenient for us as we imagine the higher dimensions if we can think of the third dimension in this way.
Oh, what a disclaimer when I've already pulled it apart. It would be easier if we imagine three-dimensional worlds as two-dimensional worlds. And then when we juxtapose a bend into a third dimension, in describing a two-dimension, we can imagine that we've got a transportation between dimensions happening instantaneously. It would be convenient if we imagine that. I'm not going to. I pulled it apart before accepting this imagination land that you're trying to foist upon me. I'd already pulled apart the nonsense in the logic before I accepted it, so I'm definitely not going to accept this. No, is my answer. No, I'm not accepting that.
The third dimension is what you fold through.
Oh, is it now? A minute ago, a third dimension was just the normal world that we lived in, but now it's a dimension that we fold through? How has this happened? Oh, I had to accept that logic where we transported through second to third dimensions. No, that definitely hasn't ever happened for me. I've never gone from a piece of paper moved into a third dimension. I was always here. And there was no imagination required for me to now describe a third dimension, but I do if I'm going to describe it having a fold in it. My second dimension world that I don't live in doesn't fold into a third dimension. This is nonsense.
Yes, it does. In Twilight Zone, it does.
Not in real world. He's describing a third dimension, but with the caveat that we've got an imagination land transportation from a second dimension. In this third dimension, it's very different to the third dimension you described earlier.
To jump from one point to another.
No, definitely not.
The dimension below.
No. We don't jump through dimensions. Now, I thought I made that clear. I wasn't accepting this. This is going to be a very, very interrupted video from this point forth because I haven't accepted this nonsense.
Okay.
You're back in the room.
The first three dimensions can be described with these words: length, width, and depth. What word?
Oh, wait. what happened to folding and transportation between dimensions of the second and the third? Were they not included in the description? Like they would be just caveated that we should imagine. No, that's right. It's just really simple when you actually describe real 3 dimensions. But we were taken with a little back into reality, weren't we? Away from that imagination land. Temporarily, I assume. Maybe we'll have the same whoosh sound when we go back into imagination land. We'll see.
Can we assign to the 4th dimension? One
What? 4th dimension? Where did this come from?
answer would be duration.
Duration? That's a conceptual medium that you're going to describe then.
If we think of ourselves as we were 1 minute ago,
Whoa. Think of myself being 1 minute ago. That's impossible. I'm not 1 minute ago. I mean, 1 minute ago, I was pulling about this nonsense of travelling between second and third dimensions. I'm not back there, though. That's the past. Now, while I can draw that on a graph, it's not a dimension.
and then imagine ourselves as we are at this
We're doing a lot of imagination right now, right? Of course, we're imagining the 10th dimension. We'll get there.
moment, the line we could draw from the 1 minute ago version.
There is no line to be drawn. And the line that you drew would be in a dimension that you've already described 3-dimensionally, 2nd-dimensionally, or 1-dimensionally. So what's that line going to be? A line through time? There are no lines in time. But what you're going to say, I'm going to draw a line between me ripping apart this nonsense between 2nd and 3rd dimensions, and a line with now me pulling apart your nonsense about a 4th dimension and a line between it. What, a geometric line in one of those other 3 dimensions? No, you can't draw a line through time. Absurd nonsense.
To the right now version would be a
No, there's no travelling but from then to now. You just exist. But you can't draw a line from one to the next.
line in the 4th
Hello.
dimension.
Hey, Arwin. Are we running late? No, I haven't got too caught up in this. You're here early. What's going on? Oh, of course, you're on a copyright strike, aren't you?
No, I was still streaming on D-Live, but it just rounded out a little earlier. Thought I was rambling enough for
No,
today.
no, fair enough. We're covering imagining the 10th dimension. We're at the 4th
What?
dimension, and we've got a lot to say about it.
But there's no
If you were
10
to see your
dimensions.
body in the 4th dimension, you'd be like a long undulating snake with
What? Would I? No. We covered that I'm not going to see myself in the past, and there is no line to be drawn. I wouldn't seem like an undulating snake. Definitely not. This is beyond ludicrous.
your embryonic self
What's
at
the
one
video
end
called?
and your
My embryonic self at one end? No. Now you're drawing out a tube in a 2-dimensional representation trying to depict a 3-dimensional tube. How is this a 4th dimension when it's being drawn in a 2-dimensional representing 3-dimensional screen? No, there are no 3 guys. I'm not in 3 places because you can't depict places with a time dimension with a line between them. This is absurd.
But you can't do that, Nathan. You can't represent the 4th dimension, including time, within that set. You have to like reduce the 3rd dimensions down to 2 dimensions, and then you can kind of cheat and make the 4th dimension the 3rd dimension within the graph in order to represent how it would look.
Yeah, that's really well put. That was
But it
really
isn't that,
succinct.
though.
Arwin, ladies and gentlemen, subscribe today. That was beautiful. Exactly, that's what you did. But you came just after he'd done that. So you joined the show, and just previously what he'd done is he's taken 2nd dimensionality and 3rd dimensionality and juxtaposed the two by saying, really, the 2nd dimensionality is a journey from the 2nd to the 3rd. So really, you can think of 3rd dimensionality as 2-dimensionality. Now we move on to 4th dimensionality, which is really 3-dimensionality. Just imagine yourself, what, in the past? Or in a tube, like you've drawn it. Because we don't exist in tubes, and there are no time lines, there is no 4th dimension. But so long as we blur the lines between 2nd and 3rd and 3rd and 4th, we've now got a 4th dimension. Bollocks.
I was going to say, you're going to love this, Owen.
your deceased self at the other.
Really? My deceased, yet to exist self at the end of a tube in a 3rd-dimensional, 2-dimensional depiction? Definitely not. This is beyond ludicrous.
But because we live from moment to moment in the 3rd dimension,
We don't live from moment to moment. There is no distance or travel, right? We just exist. The fact that things decay is described in entropy, also known as the arrow of time, another conceptualization, a description of something. But describing it doesn't mean it exists as a dimension.
But what is a moment? Like moment to moment? Like what is that?
A description.
Like in fourth dimensional space time.
There is no fourth dimension. It's merely words I used just to try and describe to you with language how a moment ago something happened and now something's happening. What's that? There's a tube between then and now? No, there bloody isn't. But I can conceptually describe something happening a while ago with a past tense. But because I have past tenses, does that mean that there's a line or a dimension? No, definitely not.
It's like a wormhole, though. Like
wormhole, like a tube.
Yeah, the tube is like a wormhole throughout time, but we don't see it in a third dimension. You only see it in the fourth dimension, so you have to then display it in a two-dimensional setting so you can imagine what it's like in a third-dimensional setting, which is not what it is.
I didn't know you were so good at this subject, Darwin. I was on fire. You should be doing this, not me. You're better at it.
I'm not even seeing the imagery.
You don't need to. I could tell you. Obviously you're a dab hand at this. You don't need to see the imagery, right? What use is there with showing a baby at one end and an old man at the other end of a tube with you in the middle and telling you that there's a third dimension depiction, which is actually two-dimensional, but is really the fourth dimension being visualized in a tube? It's like, what? I don't know.
Exactly.
Just like that flatlander who could only see two-dimensional cross-sections of objects from the dimension above.
What? The flatlander that doesn't exist? No. Right, this has gone beyond an example and turned into a reification fallacy. Like, there's some dude existing in 2D land that's actually 3D land when drawn in two-dimensional screen types on cartoons. My God. I mean, I'm surprised this guy can keep up with how much he's blurred the lines now. He's got to start contradicting himself soon.
We, as three-dimensional creatures, can only see three-dimensional cross-sections of our...
Well, that's the disclaimer that ruins your fourth dimension then, doesn't it? If we are three-dimensional creatures, as I disclaimed, and we can only see that dimension, which is the only real dimension, then you have just undone your claims of the fourth dimension when you describe it being seen in a tube. So he's not going to contradict himself. He's just going to double-speak and contradict himself in regards to undoing his own argument. So we can't see this. It doesn't exist. Ugh.
Fourth dimensional self.
We're back in the room.
One of the most intriguing aspects of there being one dimension stacked on another is that...
Where did this come from? Something very interesting about one dimension being stacked. Excuse me?
Yeah, man.
Sorry,
anybody else? Puzzle pieces.
Nathan, he's got to get to 10, so they got to be stacked. He's only on the fourth. Wait until you hear the other 6.
Sorry, at what point did dimensions start becoming like cards? And when did we start stacking them? This is a very large leap in logic that is just done with a swoopy sound. I'm like, you're back in the room. No, we're definitely not back in the room. We're stacking dimensions now with his opening statement. What the hell is stacking of dimensions?
Given the nonsense to do with dimensional gematria.
Oh, this is a gematria. I'll just call it complete nonsense. No, I'll turn it off.
There's no dimensional gematria, but I don't know. It might exist right now because I just made it up.
Wait a minute. It's Brian here. No? Yeah, if it's gematria, we'll just say it's nonsense and we'll move on. Is it?
No, just keep playing it.
Go on, John. You got something to say? Go ahead.
I would like to point out that the bare line that he drew in all of this contradicted, so it's all just on crap.
You robed him really bad. Can you drop and come back in? Any chance?
Down here in the dimensions below, we can be unaware of our motion.
What? Down here in the dimensions below? So not only are we stacking stuff, we're now conceptualizing other dimensions stacked above me. So he's answered my question with his presuppositional stacked dimensions to justify presumably the fifth dimension now. Right? When did this happen? What dimension stacked on top of me? I don't see any other dimensions stacked on top of me. What the hell are you talking about?
And in the dimensions above.
There aren't any dimensions above me. I've got length, breadth, and depth. What else? What else is there? There's nothing stacked on top of me. There aren't any other dimensions stacked. We've just decided that is because you've said it. I'm not going along with this. With Sparty swoopy music.
Here's a simple example. If we make a Mobius strip, Take a long strip of paper, add one twist to it, and tape the ends together, and draw a line down the length of it. Our line will eventually be on both sides of the paper before it meets back with itself.
And? So how is that any way beyond 3 dimensions? If I do that, I can physically do that in 3 dimensions. What? That's your explanation for stacked dimensions? Have we moved on from stacked dimensions and this is some other bullshit? Because there was no explanation for stacking. Just, well, those dimensions that are above you. What? Which ones? Where did they come from? Holy shit. They crept upon me real quick.
It appears, somewhat amazingly, that
That wasn't amazing at all.
the strip has only one side.
How did you draw on 2 sides then in your description? It's a 3-dimensional object for a start.
So it must be a representation of a 2-dimensional object.
Must it, when you're holding it in a 3-dimensional manner, in order to do this specifically? No, not at all.
And this means that a 2-dimensional flatlander travels...
Oh, here we go. We're back to the 2-dimensional flatlander. Is this actually a jab at us, or is he just crap at making examples and convoluting the lines between 2 and 3 dimensions with flatlanders rather than flat earthers? Anybody know?
No, it's back to that flatland thing that they had before when it came to quantum. But just keep going because it's a ride to get to the 10th, let me tell you.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by Neil, 10th Man, Righteous Force, Arwin, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Good morning.
Hello,
Good
good
morning.
afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome, good to have you all. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon, formerly known as Earth curve.
No
Well,
evidence
you might
whatsoever.
find it in a 4th dimension if you look very carefully, but to do that, you'd have to first represent that 4th dimension in a 2-dimensional cartoon and then help the viewer imagine that it's a 3rd dimension, which is supposed to represent the 4th dimension.
Okay. Given that description, is there any scientific evidence of gravity, given that gravity in its current rhetoric, actually completely debunked by quantum mechanics, but in the current heliocentric rhetoric at least, Einsteinian 4th dimensional space-time bending is the claim of gravity. So is there any scientific evidence of gravity?
Yes, you need to have a
it's
sheet
not
and
always.
then use a bowling ball on that sheet, and that's like a 3rd dimensional representation of what the 4th dimension is supposed to be like.
But that's not a
the same
representation of
thing.
a 4th dimension because
It's not
there is no
evidence.
4th dimension in that example. You're saying it represents a 4th dimension. There is no 4th
Yes.
dimension.
Well, that's where gravity is.
In mathematics, you've got a pseudo, it's even in the title, pseudo-Riemannian 4 space. So it's 4th dimensional space-time that's bending in your example. But you're saying if I bend a sheet in a
Yes.
3rd dimensional example with a bent sheet, that the bent
that
sheet is
shows-
time? No, it isn't. Sheets aren't time. And time isn't a dimension.
Yeah, but you can think of it as a dimension once you realize that it's
Can I?
supposed to represent the fourth dimension.
Oh, thank you, George Musa, for giving me your permission. No, I can think of it as a time dimension when I bend a sheet. I can. I'm not going to because it isn't.
Aww.
Okay,
Okay,
so
no evidence.
I think you'll find that sheets aren't time as a blanket statement, Nathan.
in the pre-show we were
Boom,
covering this.
boom.
Imagining the 10th dimension. Okay, so far, Arwen's pretty nicely summarised because he seems to dab under this subject, which I didn't know. That you've got to convolute two-dimensional reality into three-dimensional reality so that the line is blurred, so that when you then use three-dimensional reality to describe a fourth-dimensional tunnel or line or connection between you in the past, which you can't do, and you in the future, which you can't do, you've then convoluted that third dimension, actually being drawn and shown on a screen in a two-dimensional way, into a fourth dimension. Now, I can't even do it as well as Arwen did it in the pre-show. I'll have to trim out what he said because it was so concise, it was unreal. I was quite taken aback. Nevertheless, we're going to carry on with this video, even though we've only had any evidence of Earth curve and any scientific evidence of gravity.
Traveling down the line we just drew would end up back where they started without ever feeling like they had left the second dimension.
So he's started us off beautifully because he's currently describing Mobius strips in fourth dimensions, and now he's describing how your flatlander would experience it on our 2D representation on our screens.
In reality,
Bro,
they would be
what does
looping
that
and
feel like? Leaving the second dimension. Apparently, there's a feeling associated with that. I'm really curious about that feeling.
Yeah, I love it. I didn't pick up on the fact that he's describing how it would feel. Yeah, indeed. And again, just before you got here, Arwen, we covered that too, as he's describing a journey from second to third dimension. Of course, there was lots of swooping violin-y sounds as that happened, as you got hypnotised into La La Land. It was epic. But yeah, you'll have to listen to the show back, Arwen, because it probably wouldn't have gone quite so smoothly with you here, or you'd just taken over quicker. And you're halfway there now.
twisting in the third dimension, even though to them it felt like they were traveling in a straight line.
No, they're just... This animation of this perspective representation of a road, that's an attempt to depict a third dimension, same as all the other diagrams and drawings in this example. Now, the fact that this guy has been drawn like a... whatever... I can't tell what card it is. Is that clubs? I can't tell. Spades. So... yeah, so the fact that he's been drawn like a card to make you realise that he's only a two-dimensional item. Oh, well, how come his hair's bowing out? Like, no, these none of these diagrams are going to be three-dimensional in terms of their representation. And we've already convoluted second to third, and now we're on to third to fourth by way of a second-dimensional man viewing a third-dimensional world, which isn't either because it's on a screen.
The fourth dimension, time, feels
Time is not a dimension. Time is a description. Time is conceptual.
like a straight line to us.
It doesn't feel like a straight line to us. There's no rope between me and in the past and me now. So there is no rope to be felt.
Moving from the past to the future.
There is no travel through time. We don't move from the past to the future. That's a reification of a description, because time is merely a description. You don't travel through descriptions.
But that straight line in the fourth dimension is, like the...
There is no straight lines in fourth dimensions. You've already qualified what a straight line is. It was your first dimension. So now the first dimension's the fourth dimension? Definitely not. There's no line between me in my past and me in my future and me in between. Being now. Go on, whoever.
And
You're breaking up. Can't hear
that's
you.
what he's going to actually list.
You're breaking up too badly. We can't make out what you're saying, John.
The Mobius strip actually twisting and turning in the dimension above.
Dimension above, we've got stacked realities as well. He's dropped that into this description without you necessarily realising, if you're an audience member, being hypnotised by the swoopy sounds. But meanwhile, I was quick to point out that, whoa. Why have we got a dimension stacked on top of us now? We're not actually at the fifth dimension yet, but he's just already planted the seeds of stacked dimensions with no justification whatsoever.
So the long undulating snake that is us will feel like it is moving.
Long undulating snake that is us. I wasn't the long undulating snake. I didn't accept that when this guy told me to.
In a straight line in the fourth dimension.
No, there are no lines in fourth dimensions. This two-dimensional drawing of a representation of a three-dimensional reality, hoodwinking the idea that this three-dimensional tunnel with people in a past and future all simultaneously occupying a three-dimensional diagram in a two-dimensional screen isn't a fourth dimension.
But there will actually be in the fifth dimension.
Oh, well, hold on. There will be. Hold on. Aren't we now drawing branches off like you explained? We could draw three-dimensional lines coming off. Why are we doing that? To say that this is the fifth dimension. Are we now convoluting the fifth dimension with the third dimension also?
A multitude of paths that we could
No, there's no paths through time for us to have a fifth dimension.
branch to at any given moment.
There are branches. No, there aren't branches in time either. No, it's not a tree. No, it doesn't have paths that we can move along like branches of a tree if you're climbing it. No, that is not a fifth dimension. This is nonsense, and you're not drawing it in anything other than two dimensions. Just
Well, you
branches
could if you
of
have
trees.
a time machine. Haven't you seen Back to the Future?
What would they describe the convolution of the past? Wiping out branches further down the tree. So what, you can't get back to the journey that you've travelled along in time? Time isn't a thing you can travel along. To have branches. To eradicate previous bits of the tree that you travelled on. To not go back to them. It's absurd.
Fair enough.
Those branches will be influenced by our own choice, chance.
No. There are no branches. I can influence what happens in my life by making choices and decisions. But that doesn't affect a fifth dimension that you've invented. By describing conscious decision-making as branches on trees that you can travel. They're not branches. There is nothing for me to climb when I make a decision about something. There is no alternative decision and further branch that exists beyond the decision that I made. This is nonsense.
And the actions of others. Quantum physics tells us that the subatomic...
Quantum physics doesn't tell us anything. That's a reification fallacy. So quantum physics would be the physics, that's the physical, and the quantum is scientifically validated. So if you're going to talk about cause and effect reasoning and the validation of systematic experimentation when you talk about quantum, then I might listen to this. When you're talking about fifth dimensions and you start bringing in quantum, just to baffle your audience with bullshit, that's going to piss me off royal, because this won't be scientifically validating anything that you've just said.
Particles that make up our
I
world.
think the music is giving away a lot.
Are collapsed from waves of probability simply.
Sorry? A collapsed from waves of probability? No. Knowledge of which path information collapses waves of probability. That would be wave function collapse. That's collapse from diffraction to actualization. That's not what he has just described. You're a bullshitter. Using this quantum that's obviously above the pay grade of most of his audience to bullshit them.
By the act of observation.
But merely by the act of observation, so you can just look at the double slit and cause wave function collapse? Definitely not. He doesn't understand the science behind quantum either. Definitely not caused by observing it. Caused by knowledge of which path. Knowing, not observing. So he's a Billy bullshitter, lying to you about dimensions and using shit that's above most people's pay grade. Most people I wouldn't expect to know that that is a total lie. Billy bullshitter.
In the picture we are drawing for ourselves here, we can now start to see how each of us are collapsing the indeterminate wave of probable...
Did we see that? Did anybody else see how anything within the last 10 minutes of nonsense collapsed diffraction patterns into actualization? That absolutely did not happen. We did not cause wave function collapse here today, sir.
No, you missed it because you were looking at it from a third dimensional perspective and not the fourth.
Looking at what? Did we look at any double slits and the diffraction patterns they caused to have wave function collapsing? Did we do that? No. He's just bullshitting his audience with stuff he expects them to not understand, and by the sounds of things, he doesn't understand. He thinks that observation causes wave function collapse. Clown!
Futures contained in the fifth dimension.
Futures aren't contained in any dimensions because there aren't any paths, journeys, or branches to travel to them.
The fourth dimensional line.
No, there was no line. There aren't lines through time. That's a conceptual description. You don't have lines through conceptual descriptions.
We are experiencing as
We're not experiencing lines through conceptual descriptions.
Time.
You're back in the room.
What if you wanted to go back into your own childhood and visit?
You can't. That's not a possibility. Nothing will ever allow that to happen. for anybody ever. So what if? I can answer it. We won't.
It yourself.
Good morning,
We can
fellas.
imagine
Hey, Chocolate.
folding the fourth
Yo, yo.
dimension through the
Say again.
Nah, just saying, yo. Good morning. What's on the menu for today? Time travel? What are we
Certainly
doing
seems so.
today?
Yes. We can now imagine bending 4D space-time, according to this guy. I'm not going to be imagining that. Because imagining it would
imagining it.
imagine being Go on, Chocolate.
That was exciting. We get to imagine stuff now?
Yes, it's in the title. Literally. Imagining the 10th dimension.
Oh. All right, thanks.
fifth, jumping back through time and space to get there.
Anybody ever jump back through time and space, given that you can't jump through conceptual descriptions of things? Anybody going to jump through this to get to a fifth dimension?
1301, right?
Only in the movie.
Squirrels
Jason.
can do it.
Who can do it?
Squirrels.
Like time dilating squirrels. All hail the gradient. No, definitely not.
But what if you wanted to get to the world where, for example, you had created a great invention as a child that by now...
Sorry, did that happen? Was there a world where you created a great invention as a child? You mean in Fantasyland, where you made a success of your childhood rather than playing with Transformers and He-Man? I mean, that could be a world that existed in La La Land if you had time as a dimension that you could travel and bend and take branches of it like it's a tree you're climbing. But it isn't. So there is no world beyond this imagination La La Land of me as a child prodigy inventor. That isn't a world that exists beyond this imagination. It's absurd.
Now had made you famous and rich.
Yeah, but it didn't. That hadn't happened.
We can imagine our fourth...
We can, but this is now branching off into absurdity with your imagination. What, imagine travelling along a tree with a branch, and one of those branches, you didn't do what every child did in their childhood. You did something completely different and were a different person. Well, other than imagining it, which serves no benefit, other than mental masturbation, it is ludicrous.
Dimensional selves branching out from our current moment into the fifth dimension.
Well, we could imagine ourselves branching off into the fifth dimension if we were insane, and it seems you are.
But no matter where you go from here, the great child inventor timeline is not one of the available options in your current version of time.
Oh, right. So in fifth, it's just like a total dick tease. The fifth dimension's the one dangling the dollars either side of the branch. You just happened to go on the branch of the tree that didn't have the dollars. But had you been in this fifth dimensional alternative of reality, La La Land, then obviously you'd have got the dollars on the tree branches that you can't travel because you can't travel a fifth dimensional tree branch on a fourth dimensional line of time that's a description. Shout out to Godzilla37. Globers are like, I got older since last night. Time travel complete. Very good.
You can't get there from here, no matter how much choice, chance, and the actions of others become involved.
What about the child that did invent something? What about Richie Rich?
There are only two ways you could get to that world. One,
by inventing something as a child? Two ways? No, there's only one way. Having been the child that invented stuff. But you wouldn't be imagining fifth dimensional La La Land with dollars either side of you on trees that don't exist. Travelling lines that you can't travel because they're descriptions.
One would be to travel back in time.
Unless you sorry.
Go on.
Unless you invented a way, or as a child, to go back through dimensions.
What I would do in that circumstance, Brian, is I would imagine myself as a flatlander and then fold my second dimension into a third dimension. That's how I'd do it. I don't know about you, but my imagination's strong. Shout out to Unitox Family. Thanks for the super chat. Sashu says, looking from 7. Oh, right, I see. From 7th dimensions.
That's the
Oh,
that's the only thing I would do is I would go back in time and smash all of my science teachers.
Well, technically you
And
are. You weren't here when we told you this, actually. Like, technically speaking, we're filming this next Tuesday, and we're all on holiday right now.
Somehow trigger the events that cause you to come up with your invention, then travel forward in the fifth dimension to see one of the possible new worlds that might have resulted.
Lands that might have existed in La La Land. That's where we're at with this description. Now, how are you justifying or showing beyond your reification in a two-dimensional description on a screen the fifth or fourth dimension? You know, so far we've debunked those two. I mean, first, second, and third we had no issue with, right? We were all in agreement right up until, you know, a certain point, weren't we?
But that would be taking the long way. The shortcut we could take would involve us folding the fifth dimension through the sixth dimension,
This is absolutely absurd. I mean, folding our way through dimensions. I mean, where does it bloody end? You don't fold your way through fourth and then fifth and then sixth dimensions based on a tree that you're travelling with a time description being travelled. I mean, it's absolutely ludicrous, really. But at this point, right, the descriptions will just continue to fold through these dimensions, I feel. I can't see any other place, and then he'll reintroduce what he said earlier about stacked dimensions being on top of us. He's dropped that in prior to actually using it in the description. But we are full on in La La Land.
Well, there's two dimensions.
Can I ask, was all that clicking and sound effects, is that coming from the video?
Oh, that's what I was going to say. The tree had dollar signs on it. I don't know if you guys can't see it in G+, but the audience can. And now he's got the sounds of tills. Ka-ching! What does that tell you? What does that subliminally plant in your mind in regards to this? He's already talked about road to success and money. Drawn money on a tree that you can't travel, and now he's got sound effects of tills chinging. So, you know, this is all making you believe that if you believe this stuff, riches will come. It's just a magic trick. It's a really sad con.
Even maybe less detailed than that. All I'm hearing, like the past few videos that we've done with the squirrel guy, and there was a guy after that. And, like, you notice how they make these things out almost to seem like they're for children, right? Like grown adults should be watching this and grown adults are watching this stuff and believing it. But look, it's made for children. They use little cartoons and squirrels with two clocks on them and shit like that. Like, this is where the heliocentric model takes you, grown adults, let alone kids.
Another shout out to Unisox family. Thanks, Sasha, for the super chat. It says, number of horizons match with the number of dimensions. Yeah, in other words, you can have as many as you like. Just stack up those horizons.
which allows us to instantly jump from our current position to a different fifth dimensional line.
So now we're jumping through dimensions like he described jumping from the second to the third dimension when he convoluted the lines between those dimensions. So he'll just keep ka-chinging his way up through his dimensions now, won't he?
10thdim.
In our description of the fourth dimension, we imagine taking the dimension below and conceiving of it as a single...
Oh, did we? No, you just said that there were stacked dimensions after describing travelling through the descriptions of time, which we objected to all of it. But you didn't actually qualify when you said you were stacking up dimensions when describing that fourth dimension. You just dropped it in. I mean, I was sharp enough to remember it and note it. But now what? When we described the stacking of dimensions...
Single point. The fourth dimension is a line which can join the universe as it was 1 minute ago.
No, it isn't. A description of time, that's a concept, doesn't link up parts of different universes. That's absolutely ludicrous. There is no line in a description of time as we know it. Furthermore, the arrow of time, entropy, the decay, doesn't have a line. Yeah? You watch a gas particle disperse. Does that mean that it's got a line that it can travel back through to get... No, the arrow of time travels in one direction, if you want to think of it and reify it into a line, when I describe it that way. But it's merely a description. When I say the arrow of time to describe entropy, that doesn't mean there's an arrow. It doesn't mean that I can travel it. It doesn't mean it's a road. It doesn't mean that there's branches off it as a tree. But it is a description of things decaying. in the case of entropy.
To the universe as it is right now. Or, in the biggest picture possible, we could say that the fourth dimension is a line which joins the Big Bang.
Oh, right. So that's where this is really going. A line through time from the violation of the ontological primitive conclusion, the Big Bang. Why would there be a line from a never to be demonstrated first law of thermodynamics violation where nature created itself, created energy? When nature can't do that, nature can't create energy. So why would there be a line to travel from the Big Bang? Oh, it's because this is very much part of the heliocentric indoctrination, as we're now finding out. So the heliocentric worldview of a solar system born out of a Big Bang will be reified with a journey and a line to travel from that complete violation of the first law of thermodynamics to now. No, there won't be any lines in a fourth dimension. There aren't no fourth dimensions.
Things of our universe. Now as...
He didn't add it, but I will add it now. He's added it, which is to say this is going to connect to your reality. When he says universe, he means the world you live in. It won't be, because we're talking about a Big Bang first law of thermodynamics violation and a line to travel between that and where we exist in. No.
As we enter the seventh dimension...
Whoa! Where did that come from? Wow, these stacked dimensions really do creep up on you, don't they?
We're about to imagine a line.
Are we? We're about to imagine another line, another first dimensional concept that you described right at the beginning of the video. Another line, just to imagine that line and call it seventh first dimension.
Which treats the entire sixth dimension as if it were a single point.
Oh, wow! So we've got all these different dimensions all stacked up on top of it. And then there's another reified dimension that's got lips and a brain and is imagining that it's just a point. So really, the seventh dimension is like a dude that can imagine all six prior dimensions as one point. Wow, that's amazing.
To do that, we have to imagine all the possible timelines, which could have started from our Big Bang.
Right, were there possible timelines? There weren't lines. There weren't anything to travel on, and there weren't possibilities existing next to each other as reified paths to travel. So there weren't any of them. What are you talking about?
Joined to all the possible endings for our universe, a concept which we often...
A concept? No, it's a little diagram pointing with a universe with a first law of thermodynamics violation at the centre and all sorts of other things linked around it in a circle. I mean, this is not an eighth dimension.
Refer to as infinity and treat them all...
Infinity? That's another concept. Nothing is infinite. It's mathematical concepts. Again.
All as a single point.
Imagine something that doesn't exist as a single... Imagine the infinite, that means to have no limitation to it whatsoever, as a finite single point. I mean, this is so ludicrous. If you're watching this, you have just been told by this clown to imagine everything beyond comprehension in more mass than is countable. That's infinite. No limitation to how much you've got of it. Imagine something infinite as a single finite point. You couldn't have a bigger married bachelor.
So for us, a point in the seventh dimension would be in...
I see. One single finite point. So there's not all of them in the world. There's just one of them with an infinity symbol below it. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. A finite, a finite, infinite. Infinite, finite. Gotcha. How thick have you got to be to not realise this is absolutely ludicrous? A point is finite. Do you imagine all dimensions that aren't in existence beyond the 3 dimensions that we do existent as a single point? I can't even imagine the 3-dimensional world that I live in as a single point because it's absurd. But to imagine the infinite as finite, that's ludicrous.
Infinity. All possible timelines, which could have or will have occurred.
Right, all possible time lines as a point. So it's a point that's a line. At this point, I just want to slap the narrator. So I slap him. I go, you stupid idiot. You're telling me to imagine a line when you're showing me a point.
Occurred from our Big Bang.
All right, this finite, infinite point occurred from our Big Bang. No, that's a first law of thermodynamics violation. This is ludicrous.
When we describe infinity as being a point in the seventh dimension,
You get a flat earther telling you you're stupid, saying it's absurd, getting really irritated with you for putting a finite singular dot and telling us that to imagine that it's infinite. Yeah? It's bloody stupid is what it is. That's what you get. You get me telling you you're stupid.
we're only imagining part of the picture.
Oh, are we? Oh, is my imagination limited when I imagine the infinite finite dot?
If we're drawing a seventh dimensional line,
If we're drawing a line that's actually a dot, that contradiction in terms, married bachelor and the other 5 other married bachelors we have beforehand.
we need to be able to imagine what a different point in the seventh dimension is going to be.
That point line that's both a dot, finite, and everything infinite. That line dot. Okay.
Because that's what our line is going to be joined to.
It's not a line, it's a fucking dot. I'm sorry, I'm getting annoyed. Right, I'm starting to lose my shit with him. It's not a line, it's a dot. It's not everything in the known universe, including a Big Bang first law of thermodynamics violation and also a single finite dot. It is bollocks.
But how can there be anything more than infinity?
How can there be anything more than a single dot with an infinity symbol below it that's also a line? What an absurd question. It's good for you, 10th. Well done.
The answer is there can be other completely different infinities created through initial conditions.
Sorry, other different infinites that are single dot lines. Slap, 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 slap. What are you talking about? This is nonsense.
Which are different from our own Big Bang.
Different from our first law of thermodynamics violation? Definitely there wasn't one of them. So how did we have one for it to be different to?
Different initial conditions.
The initial conditions that violate the first law of thermodynamics. Energy doesn't poof itself into existence, it violates the first law. Can't be created or destroyed. Created would be violating that because it would be creating itself, wouldn't it? The nothingness creating itself. That would be nature violating the first law of nature.
Will create different universes.
No, it won't. Because your heliocentric universe in a world of possibilities that are tree branches in timelines that we are reified descriptions we're travelling along doesn't mean there's more of them.
Where the basic physical laws such as
basic physical laws such as gravity
or the speed.
That's not a law. It's not a law of nature. What? 107 years ago, 9.8 metres per second downward bias because of the mass of Earth, attracting the mass of everything around us. That claimed to be law of nature. Now that was debunked. Superseded by Einsteinian pseudo-Harmonian force space-time 3 dimensions ago. Meanwhile, you can't bend time and it's not a dimension. You can't travel it like it's a tree. Go on, whoever.
This is like Sesame Street for adults.
I didn't catch that. One more.
So this is like listening to Sesame Street for adults.
Sesame Street makes sense. I would put my kid in front of Sesame Street because I would expect at the end of the process her to be smarter. Learn how to add 2 plus 2. But at the end of this, I thoroughly expect everyone to either be as annoyed as I am or more stupid. That's what I expect at the end of this.
Speed of light are not the same as ours.
Like speed? Speed of light? Where'd you get that from? A derivation of an R value in Kepler's third law and an assumption that Venus has the same R value as Earth to give you your AU distance to the sun to claim it's got a speed? Well, we debunked every aspect of that. Keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate if you want to know more about debunking the speed of light. No, definitely not.
And the resulting branching timelines from that...
Resulting branching timelines? There weren't any. We debunked them when you described them earlier. When you told us that they were imagination land? Were they now part of physical reality? Because it seems like you've taken what was in La La Land, imagination land, and now describing it as though it's physics. It isn't.
That universe is beginning to all its possible endings.
Beginning to all its possible endings is total doublespeak, first of all. Secondly, it would mean that it was in existence in a first law of thermodynamics violation, which it isn't. You were not going to be violating natural laws when you're describing our nature comes into existence on a timeline, on a branch of a tree we can't climb or travel. Because time is a description, not a bloody tree.
We'll create an infinity which is completely...
Sorry, another single point, actually a line, actually everything in existence, infinite, finite dot.
separate from the one which is associated with our own universe.
There wasn't anything associated with our own universe. You've just taken everything in a separate universe, making the first description of infinite wrong, because you've got two separate infinites. So what, you've got two finite dots. The guy doesn't understand literally that in one breath he's violating his own description because he's got a finite dot for an infinite everything, which isn't actually everything because there's more of everything. So what?
So the line we draw in the seventh dimension...
We're drawing lines in a seventh dimension? I thought the line was a dot. But now we're going to have a line dot with two lines between it. Weren't they lines to begin with? I thought you told us to think of them as lines when you showed us them as dots, with infinity symbols below them, being everything in known existence, imagined in the seventh dimension as a single point, because the seventh dimension is this dude that can imagine things.
We'll join one of those infinities to another.
So we're going to be drawing lines between infinities. Again, I've got to step off at this point and say, if you're an audience member who's nodding, going, yeah, then you are. Well, you're a wanker, but beside that, you're thick.
And as boggling as the magnitude of what we're...
Boggling? No, I can keep up and rip it apart. I mean, you're hoping that the mind is boggled in the audience. It's not. I am not boggled by this. I am keeping up and detailing every step of nonsense as it comes out of you.
We're exploring here might be if we were to branch off from that seventh dimensional line to draw a line to yet another infinity.
So basically, like I said at the start of the fifth dimensional process, you can just keep branching off and saying that it's an extra dimension. And putting a finite, infinite dot that's actually a line at the end of a line that's actually a branch, that's actually a fifth dimensional tree that's actually representative of the journey that you can take through a tunnel that's called time. Notice how boggled I'm not.
We'd then be entering the eighth dimension.
Of course. You're back in the room.
As we've explored already...
We haven't explored anything. We've had you talking complete crap, and us taking apart your complete crap. But what, you want us to reify a journey? An exploration? Definitely not.
We can jump from one point in...
No, we can't, because you'll be jumping through dimensions and time and concepts that aren't to be travelled, so we won't be jumping. So we're dilating, we're bending, and we're jumping in concepts. No.
Any dimension to another.
No, we can't.
Simply by folding it through the dimension above.
So how do you fold a dimension? Can you show me a dimension? Can you show one to be stacking it? Definitely not. You can't show any of this.
If our ant on the newspaper were...
So now this is actually three infinite finite lines joined together by one-dimensional, first-dimensional descriptions of a line between them. But now these infinite finite points are going to be bent as an ant, who's actually a flatlander, walks between dimensions. Slap, 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 slap. Wanker. No. Bad man.
Two-dimensional flatlander, then folding his two-dimensional world to the third dimension would allow him to magically disappear from one location and appear in a different one.
Because when you join up infinite finite dots that are actually lines as branches bending through dimensions, and you're a flatlander and in a two-dimensional representation on a screen on people's computer, you can jump between them. The mind boggles, or not, as the case may be.
As we're now imagining the ninth dimension the same...
Oh, my bad. That's why I was confused. That was actually us imagining the ninth dimension. It sounded a lot like going from fourth to fifth, though. In fact, it was exactly the same, other than these dots are now infinite finite lines as dots.
Rules would apply. If we were to be able to instantaneously jump from one eighth dimensional line to another...
Would that be the ninth dimension?
It would be because we're able to fold through the ninth dimension.
I knew it! I mean, that was me thinking I'd be boggled by this. So what's the 10th?
Before we discuss the first dimension, we could...
Before? Holy shit, we did actually travel through time in this! I thought we'd discussed the first dimension. My mind is absolutely scrambled. Before we discuss it? I thought this was after. My God, I am confused. Anybody else thought this is after we discussed the first dimension as we discussed it first? Sorry, stupid question. It's obvious that we've jumped through time dimensions, we've folded our way through the 7th to the 8th dimension, and technically, describing the first dimension would be to come, as opposed to in the past, because that's a line that I haven't drawn yet. Obviously.
Could say that we first started out with dimension 0, which is the...
Did we? I thought we started with 1. We actually started with 0. I see. So if we add the first dimension and put a 0 onto it, that's a 10! Oh my God! I figured it out before he told us.
The geometrical concept of the point.
For geometric concepts? Why would you disclaim that?
It indicates a location in a system.
Sorry, that looks like, very much like a finite, infinite line dot. Anybody else seeing an infinite, finite line dot? Because I am. I'm very confused. Are we imagining this as a one-dimensional dot? Or is this simultaneously everything in the known existence shrunk down by a man who's a 7th dimensional being, imagining that it's all 1 point, simultaneously making it a line dot that's infinite?
And each point is of indeterminate size.
Indeterminate size? I thought it was everything in the known existence a single point, but both finite and infinite. They look the same. Oh, my bad. It hasn't got the little sideways 8 underneath it. My bad. I should have been paying more attention.
The first dimension, then, takes 2 of these points and joins them with a line. When we imagine the 4th dimension...
When did we do that? I didn't do that ever. I told you that we don't imagine things as being paths or journeyable when they're dimensions at a time, because time's a description.
It was as if we were treating the entirety of 3-dimensional space in a...
We weren't. You were. You were describing 3-dimensional space when telling us that it was a 4th-dimensional time traveling journey tube that's a snake.
Particular state as a single point, and drawing a 4th-dimensional line to another point, representing space as it is in a different state.
Space isn't away in a different state. There is no different state to the space that we're in, because that's a 3-dimensional concept. There isn't a separate other 3-dimensional state to be in.
We often refer to the line we have just drawn.
We don't ever refer to a line that we drew between possibilities of states in 3-dimensional realities. Nobody ever describes this
as time.
Oh, do we? No, I don't. Definitely not. I especially don't describe it as linking up 2 different states of 3-dimensional reality. As like a snake? Like you did that. We don't do that. It's not commonly done like that, because no one experiences that. Only you've done that in La La Land imagination. This is a first law of thermodynamics violation if ever I've seen one.
Then in the 7th dimension, we treated all of the possible timelines which could be generated from our Big Bang as if this were a single point.
Yeah, you became the 7th dimension in this example, where you were the entity that reified it into an infinite, finite dot. So now you're the 7th dimension! This man's a god. Because he's the one who actually took us in that 7th dimensional journey into an infinite, finite dot.
And imagine drawing a line to a point representing all the possible timelines for a completely different universe.
No, we didn't do that because we recognised that time isn't a branch of a tree that we could climb up to an infinite, finite dot that you imagined when you were the 7th dimensional being that made everything in known existence a single point.
Now, as we enter the 10th dimension...
Did we? When did we enter it? This looked a lot like the 7th dimension description.
We have to imagine all the possible branches for all the possible timelines of all...
Like in the 7th dimension, when you reified what happened in the 6th dimension as an entity that could do that.
All the possible universes, and treat that as a single point in the 10th dimension.
So, do the exact same thing that you described as a numpty idiot when describing a reification fallacy of you being a dimension, making everything that's infinite a single point. If we do that again, it's a 10th dimension.
So far, so good.
Yeah. Shite, mate. Absolutely useless. Total nonsense and easy to pull apart for me.
But this is where we hit it.
Go on.
I think that This is a YouTube channel that did this.
It's called
Is it?
10thdim or 10th.
You hear how he's speaking? I often listen to ASMR to go to sleep. Sometimes I listen to sound. Sometimes I listen to just people talking. I used to listen to these thoughts for the very same reason. There's something about the way they EQ the voice that lulls you to sleep, and it's comforting. It's like comfort food for dummies. Like, so you accept it in this really relaxed state. You're like, oh wow, as you're drifting off into sleep. I think that's how it works. How they rub it into your subconscious.
Okay, shall we move on?
Hypnosis.
A roadblock. If we're going to imagine the 10th dimension as...
Didn't we just do it? It was the same as the 7th dimension. I kept up as we did it. I was there with you, man, in La La Land. I thought we just did it.
Continuing the cycle and being a line, then we're going to have to imagine a different point that we can draw that line to.
So basically, any dimension that you want is just an idea of one of 3 dimensions drawn out in 2 dimensions and then described as being collapsed down to points that make the nodes of other diagrammatical descriptions of those universes at the end of the points on a branch of a tree that is a 5th dimensional tree that represents the lines that are 4th dimensional lines that you can travel up that tree on.
But there's no place left to go.
I thought there was infinite places to go.
By the time we have imagined all possible timelines...
Then there's all of them. There's everywhere. There's all of the time and places in the world all at once, and more of them. As single finite dots.
For all possible universes as being a single point in the 10th dimension, it appears that our journey is done.
Oh, I see. So we've gone one step too far. Oh, it's like when you're in Inception and you go in too far. Gotcha. Or like Ant-Man, when he goes like submolecular, it's too far. That's when your journey ends. I see. It's very sad.
In string theory, physicists tell us that superstrings vibrate.
Do they? They tell us that these are like strings, right? So it becomes like an instrument.
Vibrating in the 10th dimension.
Vibrating in the 10th dimension, yeah, so it is. It's just this complete bollocks that you've just described, singing like an instrument. Maybe we could hear some of that instrument.
Are what create the subatomic particles which make up our universe.
So basically, the basis of everything is this nodal idea of having the everything of nothing in a single dot with an infinity symbol below it on the ends of branches of trees that are a journey along a time dimension of a description that you can't travel on. And that, as strings, making music, is string theory.
And all of the other possible universes as well.
What possible are the universes? I exist here, you exist here, that's it.
In other words, all possibilities are contained within the...
All right, like in the Matrix.
10th dimension.
I see, so it's like the Matrix.
Which would appear to be the concept we have just built for ourselves.
Building concepts isn't going to be something that we do because conceptual building is just brain masturbation. Because it hasn't anything to do with our physical reality. So what we've just done is just a bit of mental masturbation for a few minutes. That's really all we've done. Because it didn't achieve anything.
As we imagined the 10 dimensions built one upon another.
The sounds of the strings! That's what it was! It was the strings! Ah, that's what it was. Beautiful. While this is a way of imagining, it is not the accepted explanation for string theory. It does have thought-provoking connections to many people's impression of how our reality is constructed. For further information and discussion forum, visit 10thdimension.com. All right. So if we want to think about it, we could go and discuss it. And what would we be discussing? How reality is constructed. You slipper-wearing hippie. Physics. That's where you want to go. Physics forums that deal with the physical. They deal with how reality is constructed. Not you. Step away from reality. Oh, you already have. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, I think that's just plonky plonk music. That was fun. Hey, QE. Well, everyone's really enthusiastic after that. I can see why. Or are you all stuck in a different dimension?
Oh, we're all asleep.
We were all hypnotised to the plinky plonky music and back in the room swoopy sounds.
Thing is with all this,
Sesame
I think.
Street over.
I mean,
Say again, Chocolate?
I mean, it's bad. Sorry, mate.
I was just asking if Sesame Street is over.
I think Sesame Street has more benefit than that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Go on,
I mean,
Dick.
it's bad enough. It's bad enough. Just the idea. Before you get to listening to this side of the heliocentric story, it's bad enough when you them pushing like you live on a spinning ball flying through the vacuum of space, and with water clinging to it, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous in itself. But when you start listening to this side of it, this is, pardon the pun, this is going to another dimension.
Well, if you didn't feel small enough and insignificant enough in the heliocentric model with an infinite expanding sky vacuum with gas not filling it, then this makes you feel even smaller, doesn't it? Because you're just part of a tiny little world in a tiny little universe that's just in a string of infinite possibilities. So you're basically so non-existent, insignificant, it's not even worth mentioning your life. You're just worthless and pointless. Meanwhile, here on Flat Earth, I don't feel that way.
When you get a chance, can you play the video that I posted from about 9:17? The reason that I want you to play this is because he details the scientific method. Even though if you watch the video overall, he calls observational science. Though he does make a distinction between that and actual testing of a hypothesis. So.
Okay, so this is no lab coat required. Shared with us by Eli. Let's have a listen.
But at the very best, observational studies can form a hypothesis. You were taught this in...
Sorry. Observational studies forming a hypothesis? No, observation of natural phenomena.
Middle school, an educated guess. You can't form a conclusion, let alone tell Time magazine about the results you found in a study where you didn't intervene. You ain't testing none yet. The reason...
Okay, so far so good.
We have low-fat anything in the grocery store to this day is because of this 7 countries observational study. We observe...
Sorry, observational study. Which one are we talking about? So he's saying that observational studies lead to science, and then he's talking about an observational study that's been done, and he's got a graph up. Are you saying this guy does understand science? Doesn't seem like it to me. Observational studies aren't science.
Keep listening. He's critiquing something that we've taken as scientific and knowledge, and he's saying, how could we be going off of this standard without testing? That's what he's getting into.
I see. So he's about to give an example that hasn't been through the scientific method.
Observe that ice cream sales go up in the summer, but so does horrendous acts. Does one cause the other? I would
not an observational study, that's a correlative study, but there we go.
Hope not. You can't prove cause and effect through observation alone.
Okay, so he's saying correlation is not causation. Okay, fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, now for the part you've all been waiting for. It's time for the truth about saturated fat and butter.
Is that what this is about? Okay, fair enough.
Meta-analysis on saturated fat. 45 studies analyzed.
Studies, they're not scientific experiments. Is that his point? Is that where he's going?
347,000 plus participant total. Conclusion?
Who cares? Doesn't matter how many conclusions they make with 45 studies and the 347,000 participants because it's not validating cause and effect reasoning with systematic experimentation.
No solid evidence that dietary saturated...
Say again?
I was gonna say that did he just say that you can't prove cause and effect relationship with observation alone?
Yeah, he's right. I mean, this is obviously
Okay.
not our topic typically, but what the guy's essentially saying is correlation is not causation, and they're doing studies that say here's a correlation. It's like that's not cause and effect reasoning. He's right, but because it's not specifically on our topic, I'm gonna leave it there if that's okay with you, Eli.
Yeah, well, he was getting to the whole purpose of me wanting to play this. He's about to elucidate the point that you do. So I wanted him to make it. That
Fat
there
is
is a
associated with an increased risk of a heart attack. This was going to be the study that kicked off a montage of me listing a bunch of other studies with similar findings. Bam.
Okay, so he's saying that originally he was going to back this with this. Okay.
Case closed. But I had to look a little closer. That study garnered a response from other scientists who believed that the conclusion that they drew was.
If they're scientists, they're not going to tell you what they believe about a conclusion if it's scientific, because there's no consensus. If it's scientific, it's gone through the method, and therefore there's no discussion. It either is or isn't. It either validated the cause as the cause, or it didn't. It validated as not the cause, validating the null. There's no discussion. You don't have to ask another scientist if you've done an experiment. You ask them to do it again. You can say, hey, to fulfill the method, I need this done systematically. In other words, you need to do it too, to validate that my validation of the cause, of the effect, wasn't flawed in some way in my experimental setup.
Inaccurate because of an overadjustment. An overadjustment can skew the results toward their bias in order to appease their hypothesis.
Yeah, you can do anything, but it's not a hypothesis in that instance. So it's not going to be appeasing a hypothesis because their hypothesis is flawed. It's not a cause and effect relationship established with independent and dependent variables, therefore not science. This is a correlative study. Hopefully he's going there soon, Eli.
In other words, scientists called them out for cheating the system.
You have been cheated and lied to.
Not only that, but one of the authors had a connection with a dairy institution. So
none of this is relevant. It's not science. Just make that point. Come on, move it along. How much longer have I got to react to this, Eli? I can only do small chunks of it.
So there could be
Right,
bias.
I don't
Measuring
know,
the
but-
effects
but-
of saturated fat.
I mean, you could have picked something a bit more flat earthy. Talking about saturated fats.
Well,
Come on.
well, I didn't want to because although this show is about flat Earth, it's really about dispelling the notion that the scientific method was made by us and only understood by us flat earthers, and it's a very narrow thing that we do versus the rest of the world. Here's this guy talking about saturated fats and talking about how no, they didn't do any science behind it.
I see what you're saying.
Gotcha. No, I know what you're saying, and I often do the same thing. I come across examples like this, where someone's poo-pooing a different arena with what we do by saying this isn't science. This hasn't got systematic experimentation backed by hypothesis. This is a correlation. And they're just drawing more correlations, or bigger correlations, or backing up the validity of their correlations by making the studies bigger. Now, who cares? None of it's science.
Right. So I guess you could base. I'll sum it up with saying that he says that observation alone isn't science. You can't test anything. Hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, and he'd be right. Observational studies, as he described at the beginning, it's like, no, observation of something occurring, a naturally occurring phenomena, a dependent variable in a hypothesis. You've got to have something occurring to go, what caused that? Well, your supposition of what caused it's your independent variable. That's the full hypothesis. What caused the effect you're studying? I think this caused it. That's it. That's the full hypothesis. I think this caused that which I'm studying. That's it.
Yeah, but he's talking to the rest of his fellow Globers when he says you can't determine cause of an effect by observation alone. See Globers, that's not just a flat Earth thing. That's just a science thing. Get that? So don't come into this arena after somebody in that arena is saying that. Come in here and be like, no, we could just observe and declare and say what we want. Because that's not how that works.
This is why QE says astronomy isn't science. It's definitely evolution is in science. You can't even observe anything. So there you go.
Perfect. With that, I'm going to say if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Primary Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow. Fortunately, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you. Smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Of course, another massive thank you to today's Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on either premiering stream. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
About third to 12th dimensions, just say it's their philosophy. It's a philosophical conjecture, like one of those, let's imagine, what if, or could you just imagine, that type of thing, instead of trying to make it seem like it's a realistic, bona fide, confirmed, verifiable scientific claim. Because all they use is different, already debunked claims, like, the Big Bang, all of these theories. Even I think the guy said gravity being the law. I mean, that right there, that's a bone-faced lie. To hopefully to even the most fundamental, elementary knowing science person that hasn't even, did well in science class, but know that it's just a theory. I mean, it's not even a scientific theory. It's just a philosophical what if. It's like one of those, I don't know, what if cows can fly over the moon? Don't say it's been known back in the day in ancient times that cows flew over the moon. It's just, I don't know, it's so absurd.
The heliocentric model thrives in absurdity. Like that's literally where it lives. Even Newton himself said, "Don't consider this to be. If you consider this to be real, it's an absurdity. No man with a capacity of rational thought could be thinking this." To paraphrase Newton. Right? But then
You're right.
What do? He dies and they slap his name all over it. It's fantastic.
Yep. And you know
Crazy.
what's funny too? If you think about it, I don't know how old you guys are, but remember the Outer Limits, Twilight Zone. Sci-fi used to be pumped in the early 1900s, from 1950s on throughout, even still now. Sci-fi is the pseudoscience that has intertwined and ruled out and pretty much camouflaged science to the point where now the so-called experts and the ones who are supposed to be the adepts in all of this are using the 1950s sci-fi to make these claims. And the people who have been hypnotized for whatever reason to not be able to differentiate that it's sci-fi like it said it was in the 1960s and 70s, they can't. I guess the next generations of whatever, the boomer to Generation X, they're now like in all awe, like, wow, yeah, the ether.
Yeah, because William
the fifth
Shatner said it.
dimension. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's a Star Trek sci-fi actor, and they're using him as a weapon. I don't know. That's how dumbed down society is, I guess.
Yeah, but he did say it's fiction, right?
He did. When did he say that? He said that back then, right? But now he's riding with them, going on spaceships, and supposed to be coming down, thrashing to the earth at 90-something years old almost, without no medic team coming out there to take care of him. He's just gonna get out there and wave at the camera. I mean, he's still on board. He's sold out.
He's Admiral Kirk. Be careful. That's Alwyn's guy, man.
Yeah, but we have got
Sorry,
sorry, mate. We have got squirrels in space bending time, and the squirrel explanation works just fine. Squirrels in dark matter walking the line. Just go with the proof. It works every time. Squirriolis to prove the globe. Time dilating squirrel trick never gets old. Yes, it all sounds nuts. Pseudoscience, not seeing the trees for the woods. But just set your imagination free. Remove it from our reality. And you too could be a floating, time-bending squirrel in a fourth dimension, just like me.
Did you say squirreliolis?
That's a good
I'm
one,
giving
man.
him finger snaps. I'm giving him finger snaps.
Awesome.
That was
Nathan,
Yeah,
also,
yeah, squirreliolis, man,
it was-
squirreliolis.
I posted in the chat a picture that goes well with what the other guy was saying about sci-fi, and you might also want to add that picture to your collection that you that plays in the background while we're talking. Just walked into one of these. I think it's called Five Below, just a store that sells like cheap stuff, and I stumbled across one of these toys for kids. Unbelievable science.
So you were happy with that, 10th?
I think 10th had to go.
Oh.
He's folded himself up and put himself in another dimension.
But you see there in the picture before we move on.
Bro, unbelievable science. And what's on the cover of that?
That's what I'm saying. Look, 6 in 1
Nathan, you
experiment.
gotta show that picture, man. It's hilarious.
You got a globe there. You got a dinosaur there. Look, a volcano, a spaceship. Wow, unbelievable.
It used to be weird science. Now it's unbelievable science.
I did put the picture up.
Funny.
I was just saying I did put the picture up.
I'm back.
and again, I think it goes back to when they spew these things, they place the burden of proof of the people that don't believe it to disprove it. But how can you disprove something that doesn't even deserve disproving? Or it doesn't make any sense. It's like, look, there's a man standing right there. You could tell him all day, we don't see no man standing there. As long as you keep saying, I see him right there. And you say, no, he's not there. Look, I'm right. No, there's nobody there. I'm telling you there's somebody there. It's just a back and forth, tit for tat argument, because you can't disprove that somebody's not there if the person that asserts that they're there believes it. And if the other people look up to this person that's saying this because of whatever position they are, Neil, William, Nah, whatever, they're going to ride with the majority or ride with whoever is the person that's supposed to be the authoritative, all-knowing person. And the person that's the regular Joe, who's actually telling the truth, is not on board and needs to get on board because there's somebody standing there, even though nobody else can see him. It's, I don't know,
it's a storytelling tradition, right? Because it's not something real, but you can conjure it in somebody's mind. But to do that, you have to be consistent. You have to keep uploading the same picture exactly, or it will become unstable and people will not want to have it in their mind because it's not reliable, it's unstable. So
However,
they keep coming back like, oh, could you please tell us more? Tell us more about this amazing thing that we cannot actually get.
This reminds me of a comment someone left only yesterday. Can't remember who it was to shout them out, but I remember reading it and thinking, oh yeah, that's a good point. So I'm moaning about how the fact that when you search YouTube, you find Professor Dave. And the commenter's comment was to say, if I do a YouTube search for ghosts, what I'll come across is people, and I'll phrase it this way, saying that they see something that isn't there. Yeah? And there's no need to stop anybody from finding that information. It's just left up to you to find it and decide if you believe it or not with ghosts. Now imagine if the scenario was slightly different and you went to find ghosts and all you found was hundreds of videos saying, ghosts are idiotic, ghosts are stupid, they obviously aren't real. If you found lists and lists and lists of videos saying, and anybody who says that ghosts are real, they should be sterilised. Right? If that's what you found, you'd be like, hang on a second, why do I need to be told ghosts aren't real? Like explicitly told that. That seems crazy. That's the situation with Flat Earth.
Great analogy.
Yeah,
Ghosts are
Great comparison.
That was right on
If
point.
there's
Ghosts
not
are
no-
real. You're just not gonna get them on camera so easily, right?
I think Brian's trying to say something.
Well, if you and I want to stop talking tries to me, I'll be able to do it.
I'm sorry, Brian.
Come on, like, I think Brian's trying to say something. It don't matter. I was just saying, I can't remember now. It's gone.
I
You
saw the
see?
ghost of my mother.
Darwin stole your thought 2 weeks ago.
I would say the greatest ghost would be the physical sphere edge horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth. Apparently, we used to see that, and it used to block buildings and boats in the distance, and apparently we don't expect to see it anymore. Now that's a hell of a ghost.
No,
Good
but that's
one,
no,
John.
that's technically incorrect because ghosts are used to actually be a real thing, you see. And the geometric horizon was never a real thing.
That's true too.
Well, according to the end of that video that Nathan just went through, not Eli's one, the one from 10th, for more information, I didn't get any information in the first place. You can't class that as information, could you? What information did you get? Nothing. Someone's imagination.
The information was in between the beep boops and the doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, all the sound effects. You got to just listen for it. That's where the information was.
You want to get it? You want to
I
get
picked
a
up on that.
You want to get a You want to get a better understanding? Just watch Interstellar. That's exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Interstellar was like one of the most state-of-the-art visual representations within movie format of the heliocentric astrophysics conceptions. Yeah, it was the latest out of the shop.
Latest and best.
Still is, by the way. It's not been topped off.
Interstellar is the reason that NASA chose to bring back a force of gravity for their moon landings. That's the reason. But no one that's all of that rubbish.
Yeah, but they can't actually fix it. What they did with the moon, they can't fix it.
I know, but what were they going to show if they didn't bring back a force of gravity? What were they going to have to show? A lot of
Right.
interstellar nonsense.
Well, they can try, but the only real thing that they can do with the original moon landing and the 1/6 gravity based on Einstein or Newtonian mechanics, the only way they can fix it is by basically recreating a whole new thing, which is kind of what I've been attempting as Baldwin for a while. I did a show on that yesterday.
To allude to Neil with the Interstellar, Neil, remember that one? Two highly delusional, psychotic movies from Hollywood that reinforced the heliocentric fan base and made people on the fence kind of still indecisive is not only Interstellar, but Gravity with Sandra Bullock and George Clooney.
Yeah. No, but
gravity was
Interstellar
just a
all-
straw man.
But if you remember, Interstellar was all about gravity because that's what they couldn't figure out.
But
Right? The little
gravity was
girl
just
said, "I
an
know what it is,
action
it's
piece.
gravity."
Gravity was just a space action piece. I mean, that nothing revolutionary was in there except for the CGI. That's it.
Were both of those movies contradictions of each other?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
Probably, yeah. I mean, Interstellar brought in like, oh, we need to unify the Einstein with Newtonian gravity, basically, without saying as much, or we can't get off the ground. That's what Interstellar said. And it's never alluded to, oh, yeah, and we used to be to the moon. No, they actually say, no, we actually never went to the moon. So Interstellar is fundamentally a moon landing denying movie.
And a fear based
Gravity was a little different.
on that concept.
It's fear
Gravity.
too, because remember, Earth was dying. You couldn't do anything.
Right,
There
they
was no
couldn't
more
leave.
food.
They couldn't leave as the Earth was dying. That's the premise of the movie. And only the genius daughter, through the interaction with the Tesseract with her dad, was able to figure out how to unify the gravity formula in order to get something really massive off the ground in order to escape the imminent death on Earth.
Well, to me, that seems like an admission that they didn't go to the moon because, like I pointed out in the past, and we spoke about, if you believe in Einstein's general relativity as being real, then that means you have to be a moon denier, a moon landing denier. If you believe in the moon landings, that means you deny Einstein's relativity.
Wasn't
because the two of them
that
are
the same
compatible.
movie? Wasn't that the same movie that they said it in it? They admitted in it that they never went to the moon. That was just a story.
Yes, it was propaganda. That's what she told.
It was just a
this
propaganda
teacher
to slow
told
down
them.
the Russians. That's all.
See, the movie Gravity was a whole different bunch of propaganda. That was to tell us the importance of the next existential human extinction level event that we need to watch out for, which is what? Space debris. That was the whole point.
Gravity
Even
was a
with their little
continuation of the
featurette,
moon landing narrative, effectively.
even with their little featurette of space debris and how dangerous and important it is with Ed Harris at the end of the movie. That's what that movie was about.
Well, in fairness, Chocolate, it was also about the deepening relationship between George Clooney and Sandra Bullock.
Oh, of course.
The only thing that ever comes to mind when I hear space debris is Geo Shifter's video from like 4 years ago. Remember that?
No.
Maybe a little bit before your time.
I wouldn't watch this because I don't watch anything to do with space.
No, but it's a short video from Geo Shifter, the Belgian flat earther that's been around since the beginning. And he
I know
makes
Geo
really
Shifter is.
silly videos sometimes with like very funny music. And he made one sort of video music clip called Space Debris. Should look it up. It's hilarious.
But say space debris is a double begging the question fallacy. Because it's begging the question that there's stuff out there that we left out there that is likely to crash into us when we're back out there. Do you know what I mean? Out where?
So would it be fair to say that Interstellar, even though it may not have been intentionally trying to, well, thanks Aaron for bringing that up, because I got to go back and watch it, because probably that part didn't even bother me because I was more into the CGI, but because I already knew that the lunar landing was bogus since a child. But give them more credit, or that director or producer of that film versus Gravity. Like you said, Gravity was just basically to me that was a reinforced, non-evolved, heliocentric moon landing lie, just another cap on top of it. But Interstellar was kind of like whoever produced that studio, they wanted to admit this was a person that was someone who admits that the lunar landing never happened, even though they then followed up with a bunch of obvious sci-fi crap, with I still don't understand Saturn, wherever he was when he went to visit his mother when he was younger than his mother, and the doggone
What?
world was like
You
a
don't get
Ferris
that
wheel.
part?
That was retarded. That was retarded.
No, it wasn't. He went literally through a wormhole. Anything can happen. Besides, there was like a higher dimensional spiritual civilization in that or against that black hole. So they basically just sent him throughout time.
Yeah.
They gave him a final resting place so that he wouldn't have to die alone away from other humans.
Oh no,
Well,
no,
it's time
I understand what
dilation
they
is
were
what you're
doing, but
going.
it goes back to what Nathan was just criticizing. It's based on that what Nathan was dissecting and exposing as bullcrap. I know why, but I'm just saying they admit that the lunar landings the last never happened, but then they go on to do the wormhole time dimension rhetoric.
Yeah, duh. That's the reward, right? You deny the moon landing bullshit, and then you get these amazing Einsteinian mechanics you can fool around with your CGI. That's why they did it. Duh. Because otherwise
Right,
it
so
wouldn't
in a
make any sense.
Gotcha.
Otherwise you would
Right,
be
so you
like have two conflicting narratives and try to cram them into one, and that doesn't work.
got you.
Exactly. Like,
And you
how else
see,
did Dr.
Anyway,
Man end
anybody
up
who's
on
interested
Mars
in
growing
the
potato from his
GeoShifter
own
video
poop?
Space Debris, I posted it in Master B. So check it out. It's hilarious.
Okay, go ahead, Ray.
I was just saying, you know, without the wormhole theory, how else did Dr. Man or Matt Damon end up on Mars growing potatoes from his own poop?
Well, Matt Damon was
Oh,
in
yeah.
Interstellar too.
No, yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Space
But he
traveler.
locked himself into his cryo chamber, though, right?
Ah, that's a
Expecting
different
never
movie.
to be.
Arwen, you mixing up movies, Arwen.
Oh,
and then he ended up in
and
The
the way he
Martian.
just
yeah, he just brought up The Martian with Matt Damon. in it.
Oh, that one, right?
Told
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, because in
way-
Interstellar, he was basically trying to do something similar, but then nobody came and he panicked and he froze himself with the emergency.
No,
So
he was
it's
trying
funny
to-
how close they are.
He was trying to get away. He was trying to kill what's his name, Matthew McConaughey, to get away. He was a coward astronaut.
Yeah.
He sent the signal with no proof.
Did I hear you
And let's
say a
not-
few minutes ago, Arwen, that Interstellar wasn't ludicrous?
I don't think so. I thought it was amazing. Still do.
Amazing.
No, it's a
Yeah,
great movie.
amazing.
If you could
Amazingly
get past
deceitful.
all the dangers that the movie Gravity presents to you, because in Gravity, like a few screws going around the Earth every 90 minutes can fuck up your whole day.
Yeah, but that's
apparently.
just fear
If you
porn.
can
We
get past
all
that.
know if a hole's in the ISS, then there's a hole in the ISS. That's in the real world, right? You just put your finger in, it's no real danger. So the movie just
Yeah.
exaggerates it to make it more exciting.
Yeah, you got to get past all that in order to do all
And
the
then let's not
really
forget
exciting
about-
stuff, which is find wormholes in Jupiter. Right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, but
Once you
but
get
there
past the
isn't-
screws flying around the Earth every 90 minutes.
But you got to realize, though, that the wormhole near Jupiter appeared all of a sudden. It wasn't always there. It appeared recently. So it was placed there by this extra dimensional spirit beings that were close to the black hole in the Tesseract.
Well, it makes sense as to why NASA went with a force of gravity for their moon landings. Because if you had to choose between a change in the astronaut's weight, right, on camera, right, to make it appear that the astronaut has a change in his weight because he's in a scenario where there's 1/6 the gravity of Earth, right, the potential gravity attraction that happens on the globe Earth, or time travel. What are you going to go for? Oh, they had no choice, I suppose. How are you going to show time travel or time dilation? You're not going to be able to show that. Not back in 1969.
I mean, obviously they had like gravity chambers where they were able to test all this fantastic gear out, right? These cloth suits that apparently can withstand the harshest environment known to man. This vacuum that they're supposedly working in.
Hold on. Hold on. I want to correct Brian.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I need to correct Brian because there was actually a movie much more close to the time frame of when the moon landings were supposed to happen. That's called Planet of the Apes, which definitely did have time dilation, since their space shuttle suddenly got caught in some kind of, like it went too fast or something, and then it bent time and space and then was launched into the future, right? So, but yeah, there's no point in doing that. I mean, if the moon landing astronauts would have got caught in some kind of time space bendy field thingy, then literally they would have just been lost and there wouldn't have been a moon landing to report upon.
Yeah, I understand that. But Planet of the Apes is just them telling you that you're an ape on a planet. That's what they're telling you. They're saying ye are Planet of the Apes, because ye idiots will believe anything. That's what Planet of the Apes is.
Right.
Yo, Planet of the Apes. Yeah, ye created troglodytes who think you all came from monkeys. You know what I mean? That's what that's about.
Planet
How are you going to sell that?
Hold on.
How are you going to sell that to the
Planet
public
of
in
the
1969?
Reverse evolution.
How are you going to sell that to the public in 1969? Planet of the Apes or 1/6 gravity, 1/6 weight. What's going to work better?
Well, if you believe that your ancestors were apes or even rocks, then suddenly gravity being 1/6 becomes very easy to entertain, right? And evolution was really popular in those times.
Yeah, it was reverse evolution.
Hey, but check this out, guys. Let's talk about a movie that takes that Darwinism evolution, but then says, okay, we admit you got us. We're not monkeys. But then they take Don Cheadle's Mission to Mars. Oh, we originated from the Martians. So they do the big old DNA, big demigods floating around. Everybody saw Mission to Mars? That's a 1990s film, I think. I forget who else is in it. Might be Billy Bob Thornton.
I got 2 comments. Still doesn't take you to the beginning. Still does not take you who was first. The creator.
I seen that a long time ago, but I don't remember much about it.
Go back
Definitely
and check that
seen
out.
it,
Especially
but
near the
don't
end.
remember about it. Sorry, though.
Actually, I have to say, a film that I really loved, and I still love it, is 2010 with Roy Scheider. And a lot of people don't like it because it's after 2001, which is a very famous sci-fi movie. But I love 2010. 2001 I just couldn't watch. But 2010 I could. Really like that movie.
Right. The one is a little too slow, right? The second one had this weird thing with like that black hole on Jupiter and shit, and that was so freaky. But the CGI for that was really good.
Well, when they made 2010, there wasn't a load of CGI. They had to really give you only the visuals you need to leave you do the work with your imagination.
Exactly.
Whereas today's world, for a long time now, for the past 20 years at least, you have to take an imagination away with the sci-fi. They're too busy showing you too much CGI. So it's too much of a cartoon. And that went against the heliocentric model, because so many people went, this is just a load of cartoons. Because they didn't, it's like with Jaws, the movie. It's like, if you see too much of the shark, then you won't have fear of the shark. Kind of thing. You have to imagine the shark is there.
Well, you need to slip the CGI in, right? You need to slip it in unnoticed and then take it away again before you notice it's CGI. And that's the way to apply it. That's how they used to apply it back in the day. And when you do that, you can even use practical effects. It works perfectly. You don't even need CGI. But the trick is always to slip it in and out before the watcher catches on. That's the best way to do it.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
You just give them the tip.
Well, you want to give someone and implant something that will invoke their imagination. That's what you want. You just want to give them enough.
This is why in 2022, I can't get people that believe people took a dune buggy to the moon. I can't get them to watch the footage of that. But they believe it and think I'm crazy because I don't believe it. But when I tell them, have you watched it? No. Would you like to watch it? No. It's like, no, I'll just be over here believing it. Why? Is that because it looks so horrible? It looks ridiculous that even watching it will be detrimental to your mental capacity? Oh,
You know
I'm
what that
just
tells
crazy,
me?
though.
That's like back to the conspiracy cats example. When they say no to that question, they've already contemplated it. In fact, they've already come to a conclusion, and they, as you put it, don't like the conclusion, so they don't want to follow that endeavour at all. Now, if you were, truthfully, a moon landing believer, you'd be like, yeah, let's have a look at the footage. And you'd play the footage and you go, there they are on the moon. Obviously, because you'd believe it. You wouldn't go, I don't really want to watch that.
Exactly. And it's like trying to feed a 2-year-old that doesn't want to eat. It's biting the spoon and shit. That's literally how it feels. I'm like, I don't understand. Why I can't pull up a video so we can just sit here and watch it together, like 2 minutes of it, just so I can show you something? No, I don't want to see it.
You know, it's more like...
Why?
And a movie.
It's more like the Math Powerland example. So, same scenario, you've got the same person in front of you. You say to them, you know Santa's not real, right? And they go, no, Santa is real. Well, do you want to have a look at some videos of Santa? Do you want to watch Miracle on 34th Street? No, I don't want to watch that. Santa's real, go away. That's the same conversation.
That's a good
Literally.
Hey, Nathan. And one important movie no one talked about so far is 2001: A Space Odyssey. And I haven't watched it, but I think it came before the moon landing. And it kind of set the standard for the CGI, which people are going to accept in the form of movies as compared to what people are going to accept in the form of reality. So, in a matter of a year or two, the actual moon landings also happened. And there people saw that the video was so shitty. And the only standard of comparison that they had was the movie. So from then onwards, it was kind of said that we can show pictures quite clearly in movies, but not in reality. And movies have progressed so much in the last 50 years, but in reality, we have come a long way, but we are still lagging behind from the movies by a whole lot, even now. The expectation was set at that time, which they are carrying forward for the next 50 years till now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yep.
What also makes sense is the crapo vision that they currently use when they get the really crappy, degraded, low-resolution images. Well, they had to do the same thing with the moon landings. And recently, I don't know where this footage came from, but somebody showed how we, as the public, got to see what we saw on our television screen. So I'd only ever had it described before, but then literally someone showed a video footage of this actually occurring. Now, it may not have been the same event. I mean, in other words, the setup was shown, but it may not be of the moon landing itself being used with that setup. But the setup is as follows. You have, now I'm just going to say this because I know it's true, a pre-recorded video of the claimed to be live footage of, in this instance, men walking around on a set claimed to be the moon. So you've got that footage that's been filmed. Now, I'm not going to speculate what's been done to degrade that footage, but we'll just assume for the time being that that's just the footage as it is raw. That footage is then put into a video playing device and then played back on a CRT or cathode ray tube television. Small, black and white CRT TV. So you've got the feed from the video into the screen. From there, they then have a video capture device that's filming the screen to project that image onto a wall. So you've got the image from the screen being essentially blown up for the press. So what they have got is the image on the wall that they can then film with their studio cameras to then broadcast to the public. So that's what you got. So when you see the moon landing footage and you're like, why does everybody look semi-transparent? It's because it's about 6th generation.
Wow. So it's a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy.
Yes.
Kind of thing.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, like I say, I got to actually see that setup. So I've only ever just up until about a month ago when I saw the footage. I was like, oh, right. Yeah, up until now, I've only been able to say to somebody that's how it was, because that's how it's been written down and described to me by others. And I've got accounts of it being that way. from journalists, but not actual footage of that setup. But now I've seen the setup, I'm like, yeah, that's exactly how it was described. No wonder there's really, really accurate descriptions of it, because that's how it was. You know, that's how they hoodwinked you. They couldn't do crapovision any other way, so just degrade it by recording it, playing it back onto a screen, recording that, playing that onto a projector, and having the media record that.
Yeah, it's like the flattening tool in, or the flattening a bit, let's say, option in Photoshop, kind of thing.
You know, I find it funny how one of the greatest human achievements, you know, we make movies about all types of stuff, right? And when they're real, like we make numerous movies about them. But yet, the greatest human achievement ever conducted, and what is there, one movie that depicts that story? So it reminds me of like, everybody's seen Apollo, was it Apollo 13? Right? I remember I used to work as a movie theater usher, and I was working while that movie was out. And I remember the fanfare for that movie. Like, it was so incredible. Oh, everybody loved it. Ed Harris, Tom Hanks, everybody in it. So much of a big deal made about that movie. Now, again, everybody remembers that movie was like, that was not a success, right? The story, because they never actually made it to the moon. There was that whole problem. Houston, we got a problem and all that, right? So much fanfare for that movie. But then we get one that's supposedly about the achievement, the one that we actually did hit, right? The first one. And that movie, nobody knows about it. Nobody's seen it. Nobody talks about it. I don't remember anybody talking about it. Like, we sat here and brought up Gravity and 2001 Space Odyssey, all these other movies, but nobody ever talks about that. And I think it's called First Man, right? But that movie took how long to make, and nobody talks about it. I'm sure there's nothing to see here.
I actually asked Rob Ager in one of his comments, and he did reply to me. I said to him, have you ever considered doing a movie review or critical analysis of the moon landing as a movie? And he replied and said, actually, I have considered doing it, but I couldn't get any of the footage. I tried and failed. That was his response to me.
Interesting.
You know, Rob Ager he's got a good back catalogue of movies that he pulls apart and analyses, obviously. But he's a big Kubrick fan, so he's done a lot on 2001, along with a lot of other Kubrick movies. Some of them get associated with the moon landing hoax, specifically The Shining. Although I'm with Rob Ager on that one, I don't see the connection personally.
What, you don't see the connection with Apollo all on the kid's shirt at 237 and all this other shit?
That's it. So other than the kid having Apollo on his jumper in the scene where he walks into room 237, or just before he walks into 237, what entices him is he's sat on a carpet that some people claim is the same shape as the shape of the launch pad. Okay, that's pretty loose. But then he stands up with a jumper on it that's got a knitted Apollo 11 on it. I think it says Apollo 11 at the bottom. In knitted, whatever you call it, in wool. And then he stands up after having his attention drawn by a ball rolling in. Well, what's the ball got to do with the moon landing? The ball? Because it's a ball. Okay, well, maybe I could buy that. We claim to be living on a ball. Then he walks in as a rocket that stood up into a room, and that's it. That's all that happens.
There's a witch in the room.
He doesn't see that.
A naked witch.
That's not seen by him. That's seen by his father.
That's true. Well, you didn't see the moon landings either.
You could spend all day doing this crappy loose connection from The Shining to the moon landing, but I don't buy it. I mean, I really don't.
Me either. Sorry for cutting off.
That's all right. I mean, why would you look to The Shining for Kubrick and his connections, if there are any, to the moon landing hoax? Now, the reason I asked that question is twofold. Number one, Kubrick's got a movie about space. Now, did he do a whole raft of movies about space? Is he like Spielberg? No. How many did he do? Oh, he just did that one. So, which one am I going to look at if I'm going to try and analyse the idea that Kubrick's trying to put in subliminal messages or communicate stuff to an audience that's, you know, beyond the veil or whatever? I'd look to 2001 immediately. I wouldn't pick up The Shining. You know,
it's like Easter eggs, right? Like maybe that's, you know how Marvel now will throw in little things that have to do with other Marvel characters or other movies, right? They just throw it in, and if you're like a comic book head, you'll get it, right? If you don't know what you're watching, you'll just sit there like, oh, that's cute, right? I think it's the same thing. Like maybe people think that Kubrick was one of those dudes who like to throw Easter eggs in his movies. So he's made one movie, and he'll probably throw a little hint at another movie, in the current movie. You know, people are like that. I can't confirm any of that, but I'm just saying that's probably what people look for.
I get that. But if you were going to look for stuff about space, wouldn't you look in his space movie, as it's literally about that subject, rather than The Shining, which is about a haunted house?
Well, The Shining is about sobering up. If you look at it, it's all about somebody sobering up from a lot of booze. It's all this crazy stuff happened, and you start going mad. And when he went into the room 247, whatever it was, and there was this naked chick steps out of the bath, and she looks good, and then he looks in the mirror, and she looks terrible. That's like, you know, the girl you pick up when you're drunk, and she looks great till the next day, and she doesn't. You know,
yeah, but that's
when you
the
wake
funny
up,
part, right? Because that's still a debate till now, like whether he's just crazy, Jack is just crazy, or there were actually ghosts in the hotel. And I know one of the points that make it seem like, oh, there is a ghost in the hotel. Remember, he talks to somebody through the door, and then the door opens. Well, he couldn't open the door by himself, technically. So that's why people say, oh, well, it's definitely a ghost.
Why not? What's he
Because,
holding? What's he holding during that scene?
That little, what was it? That
emergency door release that he's holding.
Yeah, but is that what that did?
Have you ever worked with a giant freezer before?
No.
I have.
A giant one, no.
Do you know what they have on the inside?
That?
An emergency release to let you out.
Oh, okay.
and
He's
I know
holding
that
it.
because someone locked me in one, and there wasn't one there.
It's oh really? You got locked in one without one?
Yeah, someone thought it was funny.
That's
bad business. 27.
Oh, I see. Because they knew it didn't have one. So let's lock him in.
Hilarious.
I'm glad you're still among us.
Meanwhile, again, we're back to talking about The Shining. And Shining is a fascinating movie, and it's got all sorts of different interpretations about it. Some of which are obvious and can be shown, like the layout of the overlook being completely nonsensical. It's not a logically laid out set, intentionally, to disorientate you. What you think leads to a part of the hotel doesn't. There's parts of the hotel that, in the way it's laid out, there's a great big long hallway that doesn't go anywhere. It like leads to the outside of the building. It's an external wall, but then you're turning right and you're back in the building. The building itself is absolutely colossal. If you try and plot out how big the overlook is, and people have done this, you can see that it's a big space. But then when you see the helicopter shot at the beginning, it's just this quaint little hotel. You know, the gold room alone would fill up the entire space of that hotel that they show at the beginning. So from a disorientation point of view, there's all sorts of fantastic things going on in The Shining. I'm not going to deny that The Shining's a great movie, but it's got absolutely, as far as I'm concerned, nothing to do with our subject matter. Nothing to do with the moon landing beyond an Apollo knitted jumper. That's it.
Right. It's mostly just a surreal movie, right? And they used practical effects for the surrealism like this, and that's pretty amazing. A lot of preparation got into that movie.
It's a haunted house movie that does haunted house in a very different way. So your typical haunted house movie has got cobwebs and dark dank spaces, jump scares, that sort of thing. The genre is really clear in terms of what it is. It's a haunted house movie, but not like any other haunted house movie in the respect that it's well lit. You think of one scene where the ghost is hiding in a corner or does a jump scare. The scene you're talking about with the naked hag coming out of the bath, she's looking at the camera. She's fully lit from all angles, and she's walking towards you as the camera, looking at you. Right? Slowly. She's walking slowly towards you. It's not like any other haunted house movie. There's one bit in the whole movie that's like that, and it's a flash that lasts about 3 or 4 frames. It's not even very long, and it shows the gold room with skeletons. It's like a hint at what the movie really is, a haunted house movie, because it shows cobwebs and the gold room completely darkened out with poorly lit skeletons all over the place, just for a few frames, to say this is what it could have been, this is what the movie could be. Here you go, skeletons in a dark, scary room. And you get it for about no time at all. Cut back to him talking to a bartender in the gold room. He's really talking to the mirror, right? If the ghost isn't there, he's talking to himself. Again, lots of different connotations that go along with that. Is it just in their mind, etc.?
Believe it or not, a film I never bothered to watch. Now I want to go back and watch it because I don't know. I don't know. It never. I tried to, but my favorite part is when he busts through the wooden door. Honey, I'm home. That's all I remember. And the little 2 twins.
Here's Johnny.
Here's
Johnny.
It's Johnny Carson.
No, he doesn't say, honey, I'm
I
home.
remember those twins. We're here forever and ever and ever.
Has anybody seen the sequel, which is called Doctor Sleep?
Of course,
Yeah,
I
I've seen it.
seen the sequel with Ewan McGregor. Sleepers with the vampire, the energy
where-
vampires.
The Doctor Sleep. Yeah. What did you think about it?
I bet it's awful.
I thought it was great.
That was
I don't know,
entertaining.
Nathan.
It wasn't any
It was
Shining.
all right. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of torn about how I feel about the sequel.
It was good, but it just had nothing to do with The Shining.
Well, yeah, but no, not really, because The Shining itself was basically like in that movie. Well, I don't want to spoil it for anybody. I won't do that.
It was a good
worry.
concept.
I wouldn't worry about spoilers. This isn't a movie review channel. Don't worry about it. Or don't. Or we could sit for a bit in silence.
We're gonna review another video or what?
Hey,
Ready Player
let's
One,
talk about.
as it's got a bit of Shining in it.
Let's talk about this one film. I thought it was corny, but there was another film that came out years later. The one film, I forget the name of it, but it was about these kids in the camp, and they were running around with. This is back when the first video, kind of nauseating, moving around camera came out, and they're running through the woods, and it's supposed Witch something.
Blair Witch Project.
Okay,
That's the
Blair Witch
Blair Witch
Project.
Project?
Now I watched that. Yeah, I watched that years later, after it had died down. But the one movie that had everybody going, Paranormal Activity, when it first came out.
And
Not the sequels.
why are you telling us
Paranormal
this?
Activity.
Yeah, the ultimate
Well, I'm
new
just saying-
jump scare movie.
Hold on. Why are you
No,
telling us
the
this?
reason why I'm saying
I've
is
just
how-
moaned that Shining's got sod all to do with heliocentrism, and why aren't we looking at Kubrick's 2001? Now we're on to Paranormal Activity. Okay, hope this has got a
Well, think
connection.
about it. Think about it. Paranormal Activity goes into that same realm of you can't disprove it. You have to take the word of people who said they've experienced it. And you can even put out a film that goes nationwide, even international on the internet first, has everybody spreading it like Blair Witch Project.
Phantasm.
Yeah, just to be able to put that into people's heads. Once again, for people who don't know the difference, on the fence, not the ones who don't care and be like, nah, that's nonsense. I'm talking about the ones who ride that, because there's a lot of video shows where they have these ghost things on different channels. Hey, we're in this haunted house or this old insane asylum. So that's another realm of the same thing of what Nathan was criticizing earlier on the the wormholes and the time dimension, things like that. That that also messes with the psyche to make people think that maybe there is another dimension. Maybe there is
I didn't like
realm.
Saul.
Yeah, another realm that we can't touch or feel, but they're there, and that, like I said, it all works together to me if you think about it.
All right,
But
guys.
if I told you, if I tell y'all, if I share something with y'all, I don't want y'all to think I'm crazy, and I want y'all to believe me that I'm not telling y'all this to make the show bananas, like good, great. But I experienced something. This was a little bit after my mom passed away. And trust me, I'm one of those, whatever, it's all make believe. So my wife and I are downstairs, children asleep. We already know the setting, the lights, everything, what's where, everything. So my wife comes out and she's like, how did this teddy bear get on the counter? This is the teddy bear that my mother gave my son before she passed. The children weren't playing with it. I'm telling you this. They weren't playing with it. This teddy bear was sitting upright on the counter. Okay. Now my wife took it more like something's not right because she's had other experiences as a child or whatever, which I don't even get into. But so I brush it off. It's probability. Okay. And then something in the family room drops off the wall. Now, think of this. This thing is 6 feet up, hanging on the wall. Never has fallen before. There's no earthquake. There's no hurricane. There's nothing to disrupt anything in this home. This thing is a candle that's shaped like a bottle with a flower stem coming out of it. And it's 6 feet hanging on the wall at the window. There's no windows open, no curtain blowing, nothing. This thing drops. One sound. Bloom, not a bloom, like it's rolling. It is 5 feet away from the glass table. One sound. Bing. This thing was sitting upright at the leg of the glass dining table. That's when I freaked out. Now, she's already confident that, not in a scary way, but in a way like, because there wasn't a lot of disclosure when my mom passed, you know what I'm saying, as far as getting her funeral arrangements right and everything, because everybody it was messed up on time. So we did something, small within the siblings. But my wife is convinced that it was, my mother making herself present, watching over us, yada yada. Nothing bad, but to me that's still inexplicable. Especially not the teddy bear. I can rationalize and say maybe the children brought it down. We didn't pay attention. But this is a big teddy bear. This is a teddy bear that's about 2 feet high, pretty chubby, with a bright red sweater. It's too attractive to not recognize that it would have been there from the time we went into the family room to walk out to the kitchen to get a drink. This is late at night, probably 11:30, 11:45. Children in bed. And then when that thing dropped, that's what really bugged us out. Bugged me out too, to the point where I can understand movies like Paranormal Activity and these movies and these things about ghosts, being that you were speaking of ghosts. I'm just alluding to the conversation about ghosts and the shining on the ghost aspect, not the heliocentric aspect, that I can see why people that don't have explainable situations that can tap into that probability of paranormal. And I'll yield at that.
Don't worry, bro. I don't think you're crazy. I've experienced some
neither.
things that I know damn well I shouldn't have been experiencing. So you're not the only one.
I literally saw the ghost of my mother right before I got to hear that she died. Although I did expect her to die because she was dying, but I saw the ghost of my mother as clear as day in the middle of the night, like a white veil coming towards me. I was like perplexed by the experience because it was quite surreal. And then my brother came over and told me he just got the call. And after that point, I just yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. I feel better.
2006.
Well, I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad about it. I just I felt bad that I didn't take my word of what my wife said she experienced as a child, and the things that she said that she, her and her brothers experienced or whatever when they lost their grandparents on maternal and paternal, you know, um, I became a believer then on that part right there. So thank you, Elijah. Thank you, Aaron, for concurring on that, because I'm still tripping on that. But it was, like I said, it was in at ease. Like, I'm pretty sure, Aaron, you were at ease. You were at ease.
Objects,
I was
right?
at ease.
It's an experience of objects out of place in a surreal way. I've had many of those types of experiences. It's really weird little things. I thought for a while that there was like this weird ghost or something that was just trying to steal my favorite objects, because I would just lose them and like spend hours trying to find them back and just never finding them. Right? So yeah, there's some weird things out there. But I try not to pay attention to it, because when that happens, that's just really weird and creepy. And just like, oh, just forget about it. But yeah, seeing the ghost of my mother, yeah, you can't really put that in the back of your mind, can you?
Yeah. Well, one thing we just dispelled is that people are racist for thinking me and Chocolate sound the same. That was you talking to Chocolate, not Elijah. But that's funny as hell.
My bad.
No doubt.
My bad.
It's all
But I
good.
was gonna say,
Hold up. On my comments one time, on my comments, if you read the comments on one of the shows, I literally apologized for addressing, I believe, Chocolate as you, or vice versa. And then I had said, and then when I started paying attention to the names, once I got into Discord, paying attention to the names, then I realized, see, I thought Elijah's pseudonym was Chocolate, because I never really differentiated the
Elijah.
voices or paid attention.
I thought you were talking about me.
Huh?
I thought you were talking about me.
No.
Nathan
No,
identifies
Can you
as
see the
14%
panel
black,
members
so-
in Discord though? I can't.
Yeah, people often confuse me and Chocolate. I don't find it racist, Chocolate. I'm sure you don't either.
Yeah, but you're a woman, Nathan. That's a difference.
I got confused with Brian the other day. Should I find that culturally insensitive?
well, what I was
What's
going to
up,
say is
man?
a lot of weird paranormal stuff happens. I would say there's probably people on the panel who think, after all we've spoken about, no, maybe not. I'm not going to speak for anybody, but there are these like weird, like, I don't know if anybody's experienced this. You wake up with scratches, and they're like kind of positioned in a way that if you tried to recreate it, like with the motion of your hand or whatever, it like just doesn't make any sense. And I looked it up. It's so much of a common occurrence that they have an explanation for it. And well, one of the explanations is potentially diabetes. So diabetes is the reason that I wake up with random marks and scratches on my body. Okay.
What?
Okay. That seems logical.
In my youth,
Yeah.
I found it was alcohol that did that to me. I'd often wake up with random marks.
But that's different. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I found it was
You
rough
should have a
running
two-way drone.
rough girls. That's what I found.
Yeah.
No, but
Okay, Nathan.
look,
So
marks can simply appear on the body. I've dealt with some weird figures out there. It does happen where they literally go to bed and then the next day they wake up, they had like a terrible nightmare, somebody attacking them, and they would literally just have like minor wounds of that.
What did they
thing
sleep by?
read. I
All
think
right,
it might
so-
be partially psychosomatic. It's just if you're very sensitive and your
sometimes
dream
you
is
sleep
super
on stuff.
intense and you think it's real, then it kind of sort of like starts, reflecting
do
itself
that.
on your body.
I used to fight in my sleep. I've actually had ex-girlfriends that would tell me, "You punched me in my sleep again yesterday or last night." Shit like that. Yep.
Just firing out Dragon Balls.
If you knock me out by
Yeah,
sleep
for
again,
real.
I'm done.
It's been a thing since I grew up. I used to always I don't know if it was watching Kung Fu flicks or something. I'm always fighting in my dreams. I don't know why.
He woke up and put him to sleep.
Fight all the
And
time.
your
with yourself in
girlfriend
my
flies
dreams,
out of
all
bed.
the time.
My only
Okay.
explanation for the whole scratches in your sleep thing, for me, and from my experiences, what if it's my cat fucking with me when I'm asleep? You know, like that could be a possibility. Is my cat just walks up to me, is like, I don't like your face. You know, if you did this, who knows, man? Who knows? But it is
Well, if you'd have
crazy.
started off saying you had a cat, I could have had an explanation right there. The cat probably sees you dreaming and going through some type of, motions, and you probably, making it aroused to the point where it's like, stop doing what you're doing. And it comes over there and it scratches you. But I was going to say, is it possible that when you sleep, I mean, deep sleep, I'm talking about like propofol type of sleep, that I had a 40-hour shift in one day sleep, and you're so sleep, your flexibility, it's like you took an overdose of Celebrex or whatever the muscle relaxers, and maybe you're able to actually reach those areas that you couldn't reenact when you were awake in more of a conscious rigidity state. I mean, that's possible too, in your
That's
sleep.
rad.
You might have been able to reach at that particular point. But I wanted to say, with all the aforementioned that we said, Nathan, could this be why the fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth dimension type of thing gets over so well, because of what me, Elijah, and Arwen was saying about these inexplicable phenomenons that we've experienced, that there is a realm that we can't see, that the descendants of our past, our loved ones, are able to walk and be able to break through the physical realm. I'm not speaking like I believe
Yeah,
it,
it's
because I'm
called the
still
dream realm. It is definitely a realm. You could consider it a dimension. I talk about it all the time. Of course, it's not
okay.
scientific
Thank you.
because it's purely in our experience, but there is rules and cohesion to it. And I consider it another dimension. And I consider it just as real as the waking world.
Eli, can you
I
mute?
take it very serious.
Eli. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Adam, can you just tell me what's benzodiazepine? Any idea? Do you want me to spell it? Is he there? Adam, you there?
He's probably listening, but he can't talk.
Ah, fair enough. So what Chocolate's described is a sleeping disorder called REM, or rapid eye movement behavior disorder. You want to hear about it?
Yeah.
Sure.
REM sleep disorder is acting out of dreams during the REM phase of sleep. During sleep, we pass through 5 stages, the 5th being REM state. It's the most active part of our sleep, where most of our dreaming occurs. As normal REM sleep begins, some minor twitching or body movement may occur, but most people don't actively move their arms and legs enough to allow kicking or punching during REM sleep because their muscles are temporarily immobile. For people with this sleep disorder, however, the temporary paralysis doesn't happen, allowing movement during dreaming. There you go.
Right. This is also the same root as like sleepwalking syndrome, right? It's the same root, same effect.
Right.
Different nature.
Except I don't do the sleepwalking. I do the sleep fighting.
Right.
I sleep.
Nothing wrong
So
with me, man.
it's just on that level with you, and with other people, they end up sleepwalking. But
Yeah,
it's kind of the same root.
Anyway,
but you
I'll
know
just read
what's
the last
funny?
bit. Sorry. People who
Sorry.
experience REM sleep disorder may kick, punch, hit, grab, talk, yell, or leap out of bed while REM sleep is occurring, sometimes injuring themselves or their bed partner.
That's me.
So anyhow, the ultimate one of those, my first cousin was boxing. Him and his brother were boxing for a long time. And he was young, and he used to get up in his sleep and start boxing. And when someone would come to try and stop him, he'd start boxing him.
You know
He'd
that
get
is.
his brother,
That's
his older
something
brother,
slightly
his
different.
older brother back onto his bed.
That's
and
the
start betting.
That's the same thing, but that's slightly different because that's done through muscle memory. So you go into these cyclical patterns through muscle memory if you're a trained boxer. I've seen this a few times in boxers that get knocked out. So what will happen is they get knocked out, they're on the canvas, they're out cold. In other words, they are not conscious. But what they're doing is going through their what do you call it? Their sparring routine. You know, the patterns that they do. What do they call those patterns? Do you know what I'm talking
The
about?
pads and all that.
Warm-up
Hitting
routine.
The pads.
Yeah,
Whatever.
like the just what they've been. Say again.
Hard work.
Well, I know the word for like jiu-jitsu is a kata.
There's a proper word for it that boxers do. It's just a pattern that they learn in various different stances.
Combination.
Yeah, like combinations of punches that they're doing. So block this way, jab, punch, uppercut. And they just do it in patterns. They're just going through those cycles. And when you watch them dancing with each other, you'll see them starting to mimic those patterns to move into one of the moves. Well, the guys, I've seen it a couple of times, they get knocked out and they carry on going through those patterns while they're knocked out on the canvas on the back. They're still doing the pattern.
Right, because they programmed themselves like on a physical level,
Yeah,
so
muscle
they don't
memory.
even need their consciousness.
Yeah, that's what I
anymore.
said, muscle memory.
See, but you know what's crazy about all this, though, right? Being the fact that like I don't do that much now, but being that I used to do that a lot, right? I used to fight and kick, especially kick. It was worse with the kicks than the punches. Like I've kicked girlfriends of mine that were sleeping next to me. It's terrible. And I wake up like, oh, you hit me in the middle of the night, yeah. Right? But to think like something like that happens when I was younger pretty regularly. The fact that I didn't suffer from like sleep paralysis, like waking up during that I can only remember suffering from once when I woke up and I was just like, hold up. Am I awake or am I not awake? Because I'm awake. I feel like I'm awake, but I can't move my body. This is very weird. Yeah, man. That's
Right,
a
then you're
weird
still-
feeling.
Yeah, it's like you are awake, but your routine didn't follow through, so you're still like paralyzed. That's
Bro,
freaky.
I was sitting there thinking, like, wait a minute, like, I'm awake. I could see my room, but I can't move my body. It's a crazy thing, man.
Yeah,
It's such a weird
I get
feeling.
that all the time.
Yeah, it's weird.
I've experienced that. Yeah, I've experienced that.
No one would sleep with me when I was younger. Nobody slept in the same bed as me because I used to do the same thing. I used to be fighting in my sleep. But I used to get really nasty and start biting. Biting and clawing and, really nasty fighting. So no one wanted, because I was kicking and punching and biting and scrubbing. So people didn't want me in the bed with them when I was young.
Yeah.
So my cousin used to, like, he used to sit up in the bed. When I said he used to get out of bed and start boxing, and his older brother, who was also a boxer, when he tried to stop him, one particular night, like, he tried to stop him, he had to call his father. His older brother was bigger than him, he had to call his father, he couldn't stop him. And he used to batter his older brother. His father used to come in and grab him and hold him down and all the rest of it. So that was a bit more than just sitting up in your sleep. That was like Terminator kind of thing.
Right, well, that's full-blown sleepwalking boxing. It's like sleepwalking fighting, heavy.
Yeah, it was up in the room.
Sleep fighter.
Punches. Yeah. Sleep boxer.
Sleep
My younger
boxing.
sister used to,
Where can I find
younger
that
sister
game?
used to freak me out. She would just if we were like spend night at a cousin's house, she'd freak the whole family out because we'd be laying down and she would just pop up like Michael Myers and be sitting at the wall with her eyes open,
hell no.
knocked out sleep and just staring. So
Nah, bro, I'm good.
she planted a seed in my head to the point where now I'm a grown man. If I see any kind of scary movie that has anything like that, I lose my mind. And I'm
Bro, that's
screaming
the
like
shit
Susan.
that I hate is that shit where somebody's sleeping and they just standing there staring at somebody for like when they do the time lapse, it's like 3 hours with that person just standing there. Like that's the shit that creeps me out. I
what the
can't
movie
see that shit in real life. Nah, I can't wake up and my girlfriend's in the corner and shit. Like, nah, I'm good. That's crazy.
Yeah, and you don't see any of it. You wake up in the morning and she's back next to you in the bed as if nothing happened. But it was a lot of really psycho stuff happened during the night.
Like, babe, you were staring at me for like 4 hours during the night? Oh, hell no.
I used to sleepwalk when I was younger. And I used to go particularly I used to, what my whole thing was, I used to go in and wake up my father and start having little weird conversations with him. Like, things, I just kind of trying to remember now the stuff he used to tell me. It's just like, so, how are you? Are you going out in the boat later? You like fishing, don't you? It's absolute nonsense at 4 a.m. And what is it that you like? You like the fishing. And how come you don't have a bigger boat? You know, like all this kind of nonsense. I think I even started getting on to him about how crappy his boat was at one time. So, yeah, like, my father, it's like, time to go back to bed, time to go back to bed.
Yeah, consciousness is a weird thing, man.
I had, when I was really young, preteen, I had other types of weird experiences where I would just wake up in the middle of the night and then feel like it was a dream, even though it wasn't a dream and it was awake. So I would be awake and conscious, but not fully conscious. That it was like in a half dream state, but still with conscious awakeness and just not really realizing, like, yeah, what that it is actually real life, right?
Yeah, it's
And
called
that would
mescaline.
make me do really weird things too.
Called mescaline. It's the only way to fly.
What? No.
Fear and loathing.
No.
Fear and loathing.
No, but it would always happen to me in the middle of the night. It was also when I got like that, I would like see dark shapes and all that, what I thought were ghosts.
Term for it.
I would become more sensitive to that. It's really weird.
Dreaming.
Yeah, but I was awake, I think. Yeah.
Just to bring it back to the heliocentric nonsense real quick. Have you guys ever seen like a horror movie called Apollo 18? I think it's called. It's like a horror movie on the moon.
Yeah.
With the rocks and shit.
That crazy guy with the hammer. Yeah.
Apollo 18. What's it about?
It's about it's been a while since I've seen it, so a lot of details elude me. But it's basically a crew that went to the moon and they end up disappearing because like something is killing them on the moon. And it's like spoilers, obviously. There's like the rocks that were on the moon were like alive and shit, and they were like killing the astronauts.
Spiders.
Oh man.
Yeah, they were like
they're
spider
distant
rocks
ancestors
or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
man.
So the whole premise of it was that they never told us about the 18th mission because of how bad things went, and this was supposed to be a reenaction of what happened.
Right.
And one guy got bit by the spiders and he went psycho, and they gave him a hammer. I don't know why they gave this guy a hammer, but he started smashing everything up, making it impossible for them to get back to Earth. But the whole premise was, at the end of it, was that we have thousands of moon rocks on Earth. You know, it's like they can all become moon spiders. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I saw that. And matter of fact, isn't it a commercial? I don't know if it's a telecommunications commercial or some kind of commercial, or maybe it's a soft drink commercial, where they show a real good CGI reenactment of the moon landing, and then there's this rock monster that comes out of nowhere from out of a crater and chases them down and eats one of them, and chases the other one. But it's like, I can't remember what the ad was about, but just if you look up moon monster chases astronauts commercial, maybe you'll be able to see it. Because matter of fact, they even sometimes they pop it up. Yeah, they pop
There's
it up
a
on YouTube.
there's a funny version of it also when the last astronaut who remains farts, and that's how the monster gets to know that there's another one. A fart in space. That's funny.
Oh, and he could detect that through the suit.
Actually, I did see that advert, and that was actually very well done because it looked just like the moon landing, just like what they were showing you, if I remember correctly. And then suddenly this monster came in and over.
Right.
So it just goes to show.
But
how
I am
close it can be.
aware
Sorry.
that there exist. Aren't you aware that there exist conspiracy theories regarding all around the moon landings, that they actually ended up finding aliens on the moon? what David Icke and other like him promulgate, that moon is a external satellite being sent by
Station.
aliens,
Yeah,
right?
it's
The
been
Anunnaki shit.
it's discussed on Joe Rogan.
Moonfall, right? Moonfall style.
Yeah, the secret. We couldn't tell anybody what the real moon landing to the dark side of the moon was about, so we gave you this fake moon landing. It's their explanation for why they had to fake the moon landing.
Yeah, that's the narrative. And I
Or
used
the
to
explanation.
read a few books. There was a book called Somebody Else is on the Moon, and I was reading these books and researching aliens and everything just before I stumbled upon Flat Earth. So,
Yeah, all the
serendipitous.
reasonings as to why we never went back, right? Because supposedly we went there and aliens kicked us off.
That's right.
Told us don't come back.
Yeah,
Don't bring your shit back here,
That's
humans.
the narrative.
And we
That's how the
didn't
narrative
go.
goes.
So if you're a crap writer, if you're not H.G. Wells or something, then your narrative will go into a subplot of heliocentrism and into a B movie.
Yep. Or somebody like Richard Hoagland will take it up and then start telling you about how there's castles of glass on the moon, towers of glass, miles in reaching up miles in the sky of glass on the moon.
Yeah, what idiotic
And
nonsense.
bridges and pipelines. And
Didn't they know that's
whatnot.
Neptune
There are
and it's
bridges and
diamonds?
pipelines.
Bloody idiots.
No, but there are like these alleged glass tunnels on the moon. I've seen the pictures, or I mean images.
Yeah.
No one caught what Arwen said
Pipelines
when
and
he said sorry, I just want to say no one caught what Arwen said. Arwen stepped in and he didn't go from from what's his name?
Buzz.
No, they
No,
did
Buzz.
go,
Yeah.
but they never told us. They actually did go, but they never told us. That's the narrative.
Did you see my couple of
Oh, the best-
debunking shorts, by the way? I did two. One's debunking heliocentrism in under 60 seconds, and the other was debunking the moon landing in under 10 seconds. Did you see those?
I definitely saw debunking the heliocentric model in under 10 seconds or 30 seconds.
No, it's 60 seconds for the heliocentric system, so I go through the black swan in its entirety and then move on to gas pressure without a container. And in my humble opinion, in that 60 seconds, you debunk all aspects of heliocentrism without any exceptions.
Yeah.
I also cover gravity to a certain extent, but enough to debunk it. The other one was, like I say, pointing out that without a sky vacuum to travel through, there was no journey to the moon. Now, if there was no journey to the moon, there was no moon landing. And if you can't travel through a second law of thermodynamics sky vacuum with gas being able to be passed on the way to the moon through the vacuum, yeah, without that being possible, you haven't got a journey, therefore you haven't got a moon landing. So I summarise that in not without... When you're not thinking about these things, they come out a lot more concise. And in that instance, it was just a response to someone's question. But anyway, 10 seconds to debunk the moon landing. The sky's not a vacuum, therefore they didn't have a journey to the moon.
Exactly.
Guys, we just got to give them more time, man. We need to solve these problems before we send people to this region of space.
Yeah, how do
I'm sorry
you...
they didn't have him in the briefing where they should have told him we supposedly did this already 6 times, guy. What's going on?
All we just gotta do is figure out through this dimensional thinking of space-time and the other dimensions, we just gotta realize, how do we actually transform material and then to light in order to have it land on the hologram of the moon? Right? We can do it.
Hey, you know what I forgot to? Elijah, check this out. This is how they play on emotionalism. This is how they play on the so-called Black Power thing. What about the movie with Taraji Henson about the 2 women that were the mathematicians that helped the success of the land movie?
Oh, I hated that movie.
See, that's how they that's how they play on emotion. Because then if somebody like me or you, who's supposed to be so-called Black African American, whatever, if we say, "No, that never happened," how dare you? So you trying to tell their 2 sisters? Come on, that's how. See, they're so
You're
funny.
like every other white man. downplaying those sisters' involvement in the most important event on mankind's history. It's an outrage to black women everywhere.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember thinking about that when that first came out. Like, that movie is so bad, it's terrible.
They actually, what's the name of that? They actually made a movie about that lady?
Yes.
What's the name of that movie?
Something profound, like the greatest.
I can't remember. Hold on.
Something.
I'll look it up. I can't remember.
Who'd you say is in it? To Haji? What's her name?
Hidden Figures. Yeah, Tahaji P. Henson.
What's the name of the movie?
I'm looking it up now.
I would imagine it's very boring. Isn't it about them doing a load of admin work?
I knew what it was. Hidden Figures. Hidden Figures. Hidden Figures. And guess what, Elijah? They named. Hold on. What other documentary that's out there that's one of those emotionalism, political so-called black movies? Hidden Colors. See, they even knew how to throw in the prefix of the title to intertwine that with grabbing a demographic audience. Hidden Colors. That's supposed to be about the facts of this and that and the historical history of colonization and uprising of empires of Africa and everything, and all kinds of things that is for the movement. They named this movie Hidden Figures. They couldn't name it anything that has to do with the moon. It's Hidden Figures. They have a cunning methodological intent on everything they do.
Methodology,
exactly.
Like the dog whistle for us. Yeah, I hate that because it's really loud these days. Like it's double bad for all of the space propaganda that we fall for.
I ever really thought about the helicopter bullshit.
But I said that to say
Helicopter
once
on
again,
Mars? The helicopter on Mars, which they
that's what he
simulate
means, yeah.
here on Earth with a string.
No Mars. No Mars at all. I'm talking about helicopters should be able to go down past the curb and keep going down up to 12,000 miles of air. 24,901 miles supposedly of air, to be exact, that we should be able to go up, down, forward, left, back, right. Why is it a helicopter only goes up from the ground? It can't go forward and then go down around the fucking ball, and that's what it's made to do. It's hover down or up. How come a helicopter can't hover down 12,000 miles to Australia or back up? But the motherfucker can only go forward, north, south, east, or west, or up 12,000 feet. That doesn't prove a ball to me, when a ball's supposed to be surrounded by 24,901 miles of fucking air.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's because we're
Just
not at
another
the
way we
ball.
could prove a globe if it existed. Just keep the helicopter dropping down. Don't stop. Don't come back up, helicopter that's going around the curve. Keep going down, down. Keep going.
No, keep drifting with the Coriolis deviation.
No,
Did you forget
down,
about that?
straight down.
What he's saying
No,
is,
straight down.
let me just
We need a
summarize.
dive
No one's
bomb.
picking up what you're putting down. I'll just summarize for you. He's saying, right, you're in a helicopter, and according to the globe Earth, you're at the top of the sphere. Well, the idea would be that as you raise up, ahead of you, if you just rose up an inch, right, there's a void opening up ahead of you. Now, this is the same argument. He's basically laying down the same argument as Adam did on Flatsoy's channel, or Adam and Brian did on Flatsoy's channel, in terms of the void that's opening up ahead of you if you're on a sphere Earth. Now, the reason NASA and other aeronautical industries describe aviation over a flat plane is because if it wasn't described that way, the description of a sphere would have you believe, as this guy's saying, would be utilized by helicopters, that there's a void opening up in every direction, in every orientation from your vantage point. Therefore, the helicopter should be able to utilize the void opening up ahead of him at 8 inches per mile squared in all directions. Reality, there is no void. And if he headed to a presumed to be void opening up at 8 inches per mile 8 inches per mile squared, you'd hit the ground because there's no void, there's no earth curve drop, there's no sphere edge, there's nothing falling away from anything. It's all flat. Hence, you don't smash into the ground in a helicopter. That's his point.
What? I don't get it. I don't get
it's
the
just the helicopters accounting for curvature, like in Adam's example. He's saying, well, they'd have to reorientate themselves around the curve as they negotiated the void opening up ahead of them at the proposed maths, and they don't. Well, he's just doing the same thing with the helicopter.
But the helicopters.
What are you saying?
Hold on, the helicopter, when they want to go forward, they turn downwards to have their
Right, but Arwen, if the helicopter
pull them upwards
on a ball,
forward. That's how they do it.
right? But if the helicopter's on a ball and takes off, goes up, right, and supposedly just goes straight out, there's going to be a point, if we are on a ball, where the ball is supposed to turn into a ball and start curving down away from you, therefore leaving a gap, right? A void. That's the void he's talking about.
What? I don't get it. I mean, helicopter on a ball would have to like
flying down.
Goes downward a little more, just like with planes.
Arwen, just picture the hill in your backyard as a curve. Get a little toy helicopter and just keep dropping down. Don't come back up. Like on National Geographic, when they come back up, like, oh, we dropped down and we came back up. Don't come back up. Keep going down. If that's the curve of the earth, keep dropping, baby.
Exactly.
12,000 fucking miles.
Exactly. It's really simple to understand when you understand that they're telling you there's a void opening up. I'm just using the word void opening up because he's putting the helicopter into that non-existent void, aka crashing the helicopter, and he's comparing it to a hill. That's the problem with globe Earth, right? It's been convoluted by the anti-flat earthers into it being something more complicated than it is. What's Earth curve? Fucking hill getting in the way. That's all it is. So if you sit yourself on the top of that hill, as they assume that you are if you're on the top of a ball, relatively speaking. Well, what does that mean? It means that you've got empty space opening up ahead of you at a squared function. That's what it means. That's their claim. So all he's saying is you sat at the top of a hill. What does that mean? If you're on a mountain on a helicopter and you go, right, I want to go off this mountain. Yeah, it's just a more extreme example of a hill. Well, it means that ahead of you, there's no ground to hit in because you've left the mountain behind you. It's sloping away behind you. So there's a void opening up ahead of you, like there would be on a globe Earth. There just isn't.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think
really
exactly.
I don't
100%.
get it. Like, I have to see an animation to actually get the point. I mean, I get your descriptions.
Oh my God.
But I don't get the point.
Let's try a different way for Armin. No, let me just try again. It's okay. It's good he doesn't understand. Good. Thank you for saying you're not understanding, because it means I get to clarify.
But I do
again.
get the descriptions, though.
Well, just let me try it another way. Right. Toy helicopter. Right. It's only an inch long. Giant mixing bowl. Upside down on a table. You with me, Arwin?
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
It's inside?
It's inside on a table, and you've got a giant pudding bowl turned upside down with a toy helicopter on top of it. Now, you take off from the top of the bowl, and you're hovering at the top of what is effectively the top of the hill for the toy helicopter, right? Now, if it goes back down, straight back down, it'd only have to go down an inch, wouldn't it? Yeah?
Wait, is it inside or outside of the bowl?
The bowl is upturned like a hill. So it's like you've got the table, then it goes up to the outside rim of the bowl, then it goes up like a hill to the top peak. And you're going to put the helicopter at the top peak of the bowl. And all you're going to do is...
On top of it. On top of it, not inside.
I couldn't get much simpler.
We live on the outside of the ball.
Okay,
Remember,
okay,
Arwen?
but I just wanted to make that absolutely clear.
Yeah, all you've done is turned a bowl upside down, so you can't put things in it. You're going to put things on it, on the outside of it. Well, that's it. So it's on a hill, right? So it goes up, and comes back down again, 1 inch. Yeah? But if you go up, move out 3 or 4 inches, yeah? When you go back down, you're not just going down 1 inch anymore because you've moved away from the hill that was in your way. Now there's a void below it, so you can go down more than 1 inch once you've hovered away from the top of the bowl. You with me?
Oh, I think I get it now.
I bloody hope
But
so.
Hold on, you're overlooking one paradigm though off the globe, and that is that the downward pole is basically directed to the center of the Earth. So that's not going to be like that exactly.
You're missing
going to
the
be
point.
pulled
You're
down.
missing the point.
Yeah, you're missing
No,
it.
that's not, no, no correlation.
Baldwin mode. Just
No.
I'm
accept
trying
what
to
he
get
Does
it.
the
I'm really
helicopter drop
desperately
down
trying
past
to
the
get
curb
it.
then, Arwen, how do they show you a National Geographic helicopter drop down past the curb of Earth then, buddy? Straight down, like an elevator. Explain that real quick. And draw it out for us.
You mean on a camera zoomed in with it in the distance going up and down below the horizon?
Let me
That
try
one?
a different way. Arwen, in the examples that we had with the Earth curve calculator, right, let's imagine the Isle of Man. And in one of the images that they claim that there's 12 feet blocked by Earth curve. You with me?
Maybe.
Imagine any example ever that involves Earth curve calculator where they say there's
Okay.
a certain
I got
amount of
plenty
feet
of
blocked
those.
by Earth curve. You with me?
Yeah.
Right. You're in a helicopter. You launch from your position and travel out towards that position. When you go back down to land on the ground that is claimed to be obscured by Earth curve, would you concede that you've dropped down below the visible position claimed to be blocking and obscuring your view? That would be the hill in the way.
Oh, yes.
So you've
Visually
entered an area lower than the area that you took off from, and that area is increasing at the sum of 8 inches per the mile squared. That void that's opening up. My God, this
Yes.
is like pulling teeth.
No,
Although
I get it now. I get it. I'm in full Baldwin.
You
mode.
got
I
it
get
all along. You're
right?
just doing it for
So
the
what-
example's sake. I know what you're doing. Arwen did not get that. He knew.
Yeah, but as you
know, he's
go,
messing
you
with
adapt with gravity
Nah,
to the
come on,
center point,
Alvin.
so you automatically
Oh,
turn. Right?
Alvin,
It's
please.
not like
Just,
you're
I mean,
literally going
come
down
on.
a hill.
That's just disrespectful now.
Arwen, when you fly up and down to go to the top of a building or the bottom of the building, you go straight up or down. Where do you turn
Yes.
weirdly? Where
Yes,
do you
but that's
turn
because
weirdly?
it's
You're
in
going
one
vertical
location.
up. Listen, Arwen, physics, buddy. You're going up and down, right? You tilt the
I
plane
know
forward
about
ahead.
physics, but I'm just trying to get the model right. Look, you're saying like, oh, this is about the globe model, so I'm just trying to figure out what it is that you're postulating, what you're imagining
It's
about the
not.
globe model,
Stop.
and then
I was just
try
going
to
to stop. It's
recreate
just
it.
annoying me. Everyone's talking at the
try?
same time, number one. And number two,
Can I try, Nathan?
Arwen's making out like it's some wild claim. No, this is the primary globe Earth claim. It's the simplistic explanation of what they claim proves Earth's a sphere, and that is that we'll see Earth dropping away from us at 8 inches per mile squared. It's the most basic premise for their claim that the guys invoked, and you're like, oh, I'm struggling to conceptualize it. What are you talking about?
No, but
the
it
basic
wasn't about
claim.
that. I didn't get the point. I didn't get that it was about that specifically.
Good. Hold on. I'm glad he said that. Stop. Good. I'm glad you did, because it's useful for this, which is what I'm about to say. It's useful because there's a reason, if he's playing along or not, that Arwen doesn't get the claim. Because it has to be convoluted. If you can boil it down to its simplest terms, that is that there's either a hill falling away from you at 8 inches per mile squared, or B, a tangent point hill getting in the way. Either way, it's a hill, right? That's the most simplistic way you can put it. If you put it like that, there's a good chance that your average Joe Normie will think about it critically. Ergo, we rarely hear the claim. We rarely hear it called Earth curve. We rarely hear it being described as just physically getting in the way. What we have got described in a convoluted way is the horizon. Well, the horizon, well, the obstruction, well, the drop, well, the hidden value. What do all these terms mean? They're just a way of diluting the claim down, so it seems more complicated than it really is. What's the claim? What's the basis of the claim? The basis of the claim is that we're on a sphere, therefore there's a hill in the way. We're at the top of it, looking down at a void that's opening up at 8 inches per mile squared. That's the most simplistic version of their claim. When their claim fails, if it's been diluted down a bit, then it's easier to work your way around and through the dilution of the claim, what the horizon might be doing, or better still, getting your opponent to tell you why the horizon, not my claim it's a hill getting in the way, the horizon, technically my hill getting in the way.
Right, but when you're talking about a void, you're actually talking about void in a geometric sense, weren't you?
That's Earth curve claim. It's a geometric claim.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to pin it down, right? So here's my response. Refraction.
What about it?
Yeah, Nathan. It's basics. The basics of what Nathan, for everyone, what he's trying to state is that they are at the point, these anti-flat earthers, where they will claim, this is in today's world, within this arena, no curvature is what you would expect to experience on a globe.
Yes.
That's where they're at.
That's where, exactly. That's where it's going. So, for instance, Planar Walk or AB Science or the Rumpus, nobody's expecting to see physical geometry. Well, let's break that down. Nobody's expecting to see. Okay? In other words, we are not going to see, and any rational man wouldn't even expect to see. That's what that statement means. So we're all clear. The first part of that statement out of those three globe-believing / anti-flat earthers is that we're not going to be seeing, and we wouldn't expect to be seeing, physical geometry. What's that? That's Earth curve getting in the way as a hill.
So let me
That's right. We wouldn't be expecting to see that, even though we claim that boats go below the horizon.
I wanted to use a layman way.
So we don't.
Can you guys hear Eli? Hello? Go ahead, Eli.
So you're telling me that we imagine how a globe would work based on what we're told, and they're like, no, it's not like that. It's actually just something, this thing you see in reality. What I'm looking at in reality is not that. And they're like, yeah, that's what it is. What it is what it's not.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's exactly what they do. That's exactly what they do. But I was going to say, I just wanted to say the way I would explain it, or I would explain to my children how it's so stupid, is to go with the gentleman who brought up the helicopter. I don't even care if I recognize this, but which way is it supposed to spin? West to east or east to west? Their claim. What is it? West to east? Because I want to set my west to east, right? You're at LAX in a helicopter. You hover up 10,000 feet. You stay up there for 3 hours. To land back on LAX, you'd have to dip down more than 3,000 feet from that same stationary spot that you went up just 3,000 feet, if the Earth is really pulling away. Because now LAX should be further down 3 hours later. So you should be able to, you should have to go down 6,000 feet from that spot. Is that kind of like what, I knew what it was. I'm just trying to give another example.
Yes, that's their claim. Again, what you're diluting down now in the basic form is Coriolis deflection, which is to say that for their claim to be true, they must have somebody observing this happen, because you're describing it without that caveat. So their claim is that you from the ground would see that, did you say helicopter, take off, and then from your vantage point turning underneath it in a separate frame of reference, seeing it drift away at 15 degrees an hour if it's merely hovering. Right. So you see it drift away from the ground. Well, that means the ground is moving away from the helicopter for us to see it seem to curve away from us. I mean, it's not really curving away. It's hovering. But we are claimed to be turning underneath it. Same cause of the stars turning. We're supposed to be turning underneath.
But
I was going to say that whole video is dumb, right? That whole video is dumb. Nazir video, because I wouldn't call that Earth curve. I would call that Earth ditch, because it kind of goes down, right? And you can see it go like behind the water and everything. But that's technically not the horizon, right? Because the definition of the horizon is the place where the sky and land seems to meet. But, well, the horizon is way behind that thing, isn't it?
I don't know about the case with the helicopter having the horizon behind it. Are you telling me that
was
that's the
just to add in
stripes?
some context? No, that was video edited because they had the same group of birds flying past where the helicopter was 3 times or something like that.
Correct.
It was
I-
video edited, yeah. So.
Yeah, I don't think the helicopter one's a black swan, but by the same token, he's absolutely, as weird as this is going to sound, in line with the globe claim. The horizon in that instance is claimed to be the hill between you and the helicopter. When the helicopter drops down and is claimed to be obscured by the hill getting in the way, that's the horizon in that instance, claimed to be Earth curve. A hill blocking the view. So, like, if you're looking out into the distance of an actual hill, and I've done this, I've seen, not with helicopters necessarily, but certainly with jet airplanes, believe it or not. So my folks up on a hill on a farm, you could have a hill between you and the next valley and see a plane go into it below you. And it would disappear from view because, why? There's a hill between you and it. So when the helicopter in the National Geographic video drops down beyond the horizon, they're claiming it's going behind a physical obstruction called Earth curve. Into the void, into the dip, into the blockage behind it.
Is that the same video where they messed up with the flag and trying to show how the horizon is blocking the stripes in the flag?
No,
but the horizon is
that's a
actually
different
in the
It's a
back.
different
It's
video.
a different video?
No,
Yeah, different one.
this other one involves Stephen Hawkins. The one with the helicopter involves Stephen Hawkins, if I remember correctly. I mean, we technically should be using those things again, like as proof. All those things that we were shown for
excuse
4
me,
or 5 years.
But I did that. I did that many times. I said matter of fact, I argued with a relative of mine who has a drone and takes his drone up 1,000 feet sometimes. And I said, when you're standing and you elevate and ascend your drone right above you, if we were spinning, wouldn't your drone be down the block within a certain amount of time or drifting away from you to your neighbors? I mean, I don't understand why.
Let me just respond to D Rose. Next time you have that conversation, be more assertive. Know that they are making that claim. It's called Coriolis effect.
I do. No, I do tell them that's impossible, but they are convinced. They don't even. That's what I'm saying. It's like one excuse said, "Well, somebody responded when I brought that example, like I'm bringing it to you with my relative." They said, "Well, that's because when the Earth is spinning, the atmosphere is spinning with us. So everything that's above us is turning with us. That's why." That's what they. I
That's when you
swear.
say to them.
Let me add some context. To
No,
this,
let Chocolate.
right?
Hold on. Let Chocolate. Chocolate was the one who wanted it clearly. Go ahead, Chocolate.
No, I was just gonna say, well, that's a problem right there. If they declare that, because the atmosphere and the Earth is spinning together, well, that's a problem because that debunks the notion that we have 2 reference frames in their claim of Coriolis. So they can't have it both ways. So them saying that statement to you just debunked the rotation of the Earth.
Exactly. Hence,
And
Becky.
that's up to you to tell
Becky
them
had her
that.
ass handed to her for that exact thing. Oh, gravity tethers it together. 1 reference frame. No, it doesn't. Claim to have 2. Stars are moving because we turn beneath. Footballs drift through goals because Earth turns beneath. Bullets have to track their targets ahead of them because Earth will turn beneath after the bullet leaves. That's all claims of Earth turning beneath. Separate reference frame, Becky. Yeah, remember?
Yep.
With what gravity
Exactly.
actually is claimed to be.
What about the wind? We actually have wind. Earth's not in lockstep with air. We have wind.
Yes, also true.
Yeah.
With what gravity is claimed to be and how people even use it outside of the official claims, okay, it is not something within the conjuration that is able to somehow keep gases moving in lockstep with a rotating Earth. That is not a possibility. It's not designed within the virtual conjuration to be able to do that.
It's a force of gravity, Arwen. No, if it
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Either
yes,
way.
it is if it's a force of attraction. They can
No,
claim that.
dude.
Okay, stop. You're both
it.
wrong.
Let me-
Stop.
let me ask
Stop.
Within both contexts, within both
hello.
gravities, it's not able to do that. That's my point.
Stop. Demok, right, what you're doing with that is responding to a non-claim. So in terms of saying the wind direction debunks the claim that it's all moving as one, you're correct. But what's actually being debunked is the non-claim of Coriolis drift. Because that's a response that should be met with, oh, right, no drift then. No 15 degrees now. Stars not moving then. Stars have stopped moving. And they go, what do you mean stars stop moving? Well, isn't that supposed to happen because we turn beneath? 15 degrees now deflection. Like they say happens with snipers' rifles when they fire a bullet from them. Or footballs when they're kicked from football fields. In other words, you point out all of the examples they've got where they show 2 reference frames. And when they go, oh, yeah, there's 2 reference frames. Then you hit them with that with shortened flight times. In other words, you've got to tie them to what their actual claim is, rather than try and overcome the non-claim of Earth and atmosphere moving together. Therefore, oh no, well, the response is the surface winds. That debunks that. QE's put that up, and he's right to, because you're right in terms of, yeah, well, that is the negation of the anti-claim. But really, you should just address the claim, which is that there is 2 reference frames.
Yeah, but hang on. I've been trying to get this in for a few minutes. Just before chocolate went, I was trying to. Yeah, 1 second, then. Right. You go after me then. Right. Just before chocolate went, I was going to say something very much along the lines of what chocolate said, except for I was going to say it a little bit different. If they're claiming that the air is moving with a rotating Earth globe, then all you have to do is ask them, and what would be the effects we would see if the Earth was stationary and the star, sun, and moon were moving? Would it be exactly the effects we see? Where when you throw a ball up in the... Hang on, Alvin, hang on. When you throw a ball, is it the exact same effects that we see where you throw a ball up in the air and it doesn't deviate away from you? Would that not be the exact effects of a stationary Earth? That's what you ask the people, because that's what it matters. Bring it back to what do we observe? What do we experience? We experience the exact effects that you would experience if the Earth was stationary and the sky was moving. But they're trying to hijack it for the globe.
Now it depends on who you're speaking to.
Good point, Brian. Now I was going to respond to wouldn't LAX be like 3,000 feet somewhere else or something like that? And it's like we always I like to screw the screwdriver in even further, because people are usually just talking about one vector. Or one motion, the spin of the Earth. What about the movement of the Earth through space 500,000 miles a minute with the sun?
What about it?
Exactly.
I don't see.
Next time your man takes out the drone, tell him to film a little bit, and then if he's got the film, when you review the film, if the drone is hovering and you've got the stars and the sun or the moon, whatever it is that you're filming, if that's moving in the video, well, then he's got another problem, right? Because the reason those things are supposed to be moving is because we're in a ball that's spinning. But if he captures that video, he's just captured that video without being on the ball that's spinning. And that's a problem for your model. So just keep that in your back pocket as well.
But and I do that. I do that for those who are on the heliocentric side that know the terminologies and the language. But sometimes you're speaking to people that think that Coriolis is an Italian appetizer dish. They don't know what that means. You know what I mean? No, I'm serious. They don't even know how many miles per hour.
It's a pretty good variety of pasta, really.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah,
I hear you.
Exactly. Yeah, they're like, what? I never ate that.
Coriolis effect. That's one of them fancy cakes, isn't it?
Exactly. This is the mindset. I'm talking about when you talk to the layman. These are the ones. This family members are laymen. They don't even know how many miles per hour. They don't know the radius. They don't know nothing of the heliocentric claim. All they know is that you believe the Earth is flat. You're an idiot. That's how they are. That's why I come back at them on their level to slice them up with the sword. But I can't throw those big words because it goes over their head. And then they just basically blow me off, like whatever.
But that D-Rose, that's why I told you to point out what we actually observe and then ask them, is that exactly the effects we would observe if the Earth was stationary and the sky was moving? They won't be able to say no, because if they say, well, it can say no, then you can say, well, what would we observe if the Earth was stationary and the sky was moving? All they can describe is exactly what we observe. So you don't even need to bring them into the Coriolis effect or deviation, and just that. What we observe is what you would observe and experience if the Earth was stationary and the sky was moving. They can't. As soon as you bring it back down to that reality level, they can't. How are they going to talk about movement of the Earth at that point? Because you're within their own heads. They can't. They wouldn't be able to tell you anything different. You know, if they said no, that's not what we'd experience, and you asked them to describe what you'd experience on a stationary Earth where the sky was moving, all they can do is describe exactly what we observe and experience. So you don't have to bring them into Coriolis.
Well, what they would say that is you wouldn't see any difference. In other words, the 15 degrees an hour rotation of the stars is as a consequence of Earth turning beneath, and you wouldn't be able to tell any difference. In other words, to try and go for a net draw, you couldn't tell any difference either way. Again, contrary to their claim being that you can tell a difference because there's two reference frames. The difference is noticeable at a rate of 15 degrees an hour. So there's very much claimed to be a difference. That's their claim. So with their claim comes the consequences of Coriolis effect. Not the consequences, my bad. The causes of Coriolis effect. If they're claiming that the rotation of the stars is induced as a net effect of Earth turning beneath them, then Earth's turning beneath them. You know, that's the cause of it. So you've got Earth turning beneath them. Well, that's going to have all sorts of other problems that are going to be
I don't even worry
associated.
about it. I tell them just to dive bomb, get in a jet, helicopter, anything they want, just where the curve's at, just dive straight down, just keep going. Don't crash.
Yeah.
It's also like what I think Brian saying? That example is akin to when globe earthers used to say, they probably still do say, that if the Earth were flat, there would be no horizon. And then Indio asked them from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, he asked them, okay, so on a flat Earth, what would you expect there to be? All land or all sky?
No, why they say that?
What are you going to answer?
The reason they say that is because in their world, literally, there is no perspective. And in their world, there is no horizon. Because the horizon, as defined, is the point where the sky or land meets the sea. The sea or land meets the sky. And that position in the distance isn't represented in Earth curve maths. Right? There is no position where the land meets the sky in Earth curve maths. What you've got is a side-on representation, and everything around a sphere shape is the sky. There is no sky meeting the ground. It meets it all around the sphere, all around the circle. So what becomes the horizon in that version of mathematical world that we don't live in on a sphere? Well, the tangent point becomes the horizon. It's the hill getting in the way that causes the horizon. So therefore, their maths doesn't have the horizon defined as a horizon. And when you exclude it, I'm getting there, when you take away the geometric tangent point hill getting in the way from their maths, all you're left with is nothing to give you a horizon. And they're told, well, that's what it would be on a flat Earth. You'd see forever on a flat Earth. You'd see New York from Ireland. On a flat Earth, there'd be nothing in the way causing the horizon. Well, why would they say such nonsense? Well, because there is no perspective in Earth curve maths. Therefore, when you remove the thing limiting your view, there's only one thing limiting it, Earth curve. When that's gone, well, you'd see forever, wouldn't you, logically? No, there's perspective. It just wasn't included in your Earth curve maths. Therefore, in your mind, no Earth curve, no horizon. Just total nonsense. Logic from idiots who think they're on a sphere and think the only reason things disappear in the distance is that Earth curve gets in the way. Not this cow's far away and this cow's small. No, there is no getting smaller. It's always a feet and inches value. It's still a 100-foot building. The only reason we can't see it is because there's a hill getting in the way. No hill, no horizon.
This would be perfect time for Unorthodox's beautiful statement on that. Let me pull that up real quick.
On screen now for anyone who wants to see it. There's the hill getting in the way of the boat. If you take away the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking, Earth curve tangent point, what are you left with? You're not left with any reason for the boat to disappear from view. That's why the boat's massive. It's about 4,500 miles away in that depiction. Why is it huge? Well, because there's no perspective.
Yeah, but they can't have an horizon on their model because the horizon is how we define horizontal. A horizontal is how the horizon is defined. They can't have a horizontal. That's the end of that. They can't. It can't
Well, they have.
exist.
This is where you're wrong.
Horizon.
I wish John was here. That's where you're wrong. It's defined in their model as surface level.
Yeah, but their surface level can't be horizontal.
It is. Go and have a look at it. Go and bring up Mick West's calculator and look at the diagram and look what's marked and labelled and clearly horizontal. It's labelled surface level.
It is, but not their globe. Their globe can't have a horizontal. But
No,
that's
you're wrong.
That's just a
wrong.
hijacking of reality.
You're wrong. What happens in reality is just slightly askew from what you've said. You are wrong, but in a nice way, you'll see. It does exist. Horizontal's the surface level. The Earth curve, you're saying, well, it doesn't exist in the Earth curve world. It does. It exists below surface level. So Earth curve in the Earth curve maths exists below that horizontal defined in the maths and required for the maths and labelled surface level.
Yes, but that is what they're claiming to be a refractive position.
No.
I'm talking about...
No.
It
isn't.
Hang on, they were claiming... Hang on, you're missing a point here.
I'm not.
You're missing a point. I think you are. Leave me say what I'm going to say. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Right? They are claiming that the geometric horizon, which would be a curved hill, right, is below surface level. And we see a horizontal at surface level. But we can't see a horizontal on their globe if their globe is a sphere, because globes are spheres. You can't see that.
Correct, but in their model, the horizontal does exist. It is marked as surface level and is horizontal and is required in the geometry of their model. But to have your claim described as you did of the horizon being seen at the point marked with an X labelled horizon in the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator below surface level, and it doesn't match with what a horizon is, because the horizon we see is at surface level. So their horizon in their maths, logically defined by the anti-flat earthers, Planet Walk, AB Science and Rumpus, only exists in the maths. Or to summarise it a different way, Earth curve only exists in Earth curve maths below surface level.
Yes, I totally agree with that. But their globe, see, they claim the horizon we were seeing, they gave the impression that the horizon we were seeing for a long, long time was a geometric horizon of the globe. But it can't be if they're using the word horizon.
Correct.
Which is a derivative of horizontal.
Correct. And meets the eye at surface level, marked in their model with surface level, required to do the maths, because it's all done with elevation angles, including their perspective hijacking. So they need surface level to be defined, hence, partially, why we have the housekeeping question as solid as it is, although it wasn't asked today, any evidence that level runs parallel or to the centre of a sphere Earth, because it can't. It defies their geometry. They have to lay out two parallels to derive the maths of Earth curve. What are the two parallels? Both at horizontal. Surface level, where the Earth curve exists below, and eye level.
Yeah, we might have moved on a little bit, but I did post that in Master B if you want.
You want to have a listen?
And
Before you
Nathan,
do, before you do,
go on, Brian.
One of the things that I pointed out, I made a video last night, was taking apart Jesse Kozlowski, Larry Scott, who claim geodetic surveyors on the globe side, and Blue Marble Science, and the three of them being basically lying. They're just lying, right? I show how they're just lying. They're frauds. But one of the things I pointed out, well, the reason I did this is because Blue Marble Science was debating Bev Tried Thinking the other night on Friday on whether level and horizontal were the same thing or not, right? Now, of course, Blue Marble Science was claiming that level and horizontal were not the same thing. But I point out that within Metabunk, it's claimed that when you go to where they talk about angles, because when it comes to angles, they have to use a horizontal plane. They have to use perpendiculars, even for Metabunk. So consequently, and as you said, Nathan, they have eye level and surface level. When they're showing eye level and surface level, and when they're speaking about eye level and surface level, they're speaking about horizontals.
Correct.
So even Metabunk admit that horizontal
It's
and
not.
level
It's,
are the same thing.
you're saying it like it's an admission. It's a prerequisite for their geometry. It's absolutely essential. They must have level defined, and it is. It's horizontal. Excellent, Brian. Yeah, I can understand how they must convolute this, and they do. But it leaves them in a very tricky position when it comes to actually defining their geometry, which breaks apart if they haven't got a horizontal defined. And it does, and it needs it, and it must have. Right, we'll just have a listen to this. Adam, what you got before? I think you're on this same thing before we move on.
Yeah, it was probably just to link together what you've been saying. I just want to draw a line on the picture. The left is the maths me and Brian did in terms of 7/6R. Again, all that's doing is changing the size of the hill. That's why I'm showing that here. But I just want to, when we are the observer at point A here, now, when we're the observer at point A here, the level we're defining and working with is that. So when Nathan makes the claim everything's below the level, can you see how all the everything sits underneath it?
For clarity, just for clarity, yeah, sorry to interrupt Adam. What Adam's just drawn out, this line in the curve maths is defined as surface level. Just so we're clear. Carry on.
Yeah. And then all the maths we've been talking about, which is, this hidden being caused by the geometric obstruction. And you can see all of it occurs below surface level. This is slightly accentuated, but even 1 inch forward, remember, is below surface level, technically, in their model. It's a very small amount below surface level, but as soon as you
it should be straight down from zero.
Yeah, as soon as you progress,
it should be straight down from surface, not forward. You know what I mean? Like, so if we have liquid and you dove down into the shit, you're supposed to dive down to air. You're literally supposed to be able to dive to air.
It's because you can't see the diagram that he's got up. I'm really sorry, Demek. What he's describing as being the toppermost point of the spherical surface, and then he's raising up in altitude to draw a tangent to Earth curve. So it's my bad for not describing what's being shown.
But that was it. Just to visualize it.
I also dropped.
Yeah, I can't see this.
No, that's okay. Sorry, go ahead, Eli.
The other day, I dropped a screenshot to Brian. I tagged Brian, Adam, the usuals that stick around in the end after show for the when you look up distance to horizon on Google, the first one that pops up, the EDU, the ADDI or ATSI, whatever it is, and right in there, they tell you that when they're applying refraction, they're just pretending that the Earth is bigger than what it quote unquote actually is. So there's the admission that they do increase the size of it.
Oh, look at that.
That's what I was going to say.
When the globe model predicts the horizon is 2,600 feet away. So what's blocking the boat if it's not at the horizon yet?
See anything blocking the boat. I see the resolution. I see the camera being unable to resolve the boat.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Snacks to the back, bathrooms to the left. DJs taking requests, and smoke them if you got them. Welcome, Unorthodox. Unorthodox.
Doesn't disappear.
Check this out.
You just snatched your own wig off.
Yeah, check it out.
This video I just
whether they initially argued that the Earth's the size of a golf ball, ping pong, baseball, basketball, beach ball, what they're doing for the tangent, for the horizon level, and their little orthographic eye level horizon level, they're placing a toothpick on the ping pong ball, a pencil on the baseball, a yardstick on the beach ball. Because if you extend the distance that you're trying to get those elevated angles, and you keep going straight across, that's why on their orthographic view, it always looks like a ruler sitting on the basketball, and the rest of the curved Earth is coming down. That kind of like, I mean, if you understand what I'm saying,
Underneath, like a dingleberry.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we
Like,
call it a dingleberry.
Yeah, exactly. A nut sack hanging on the belt. Exactly.
I shared Eli's the thing Eli sent me. I shared that in Master D. If you want to see it, Nathan will show that to the audience.
The piece
Right,
of text, yeah.
And
yeah, I'll put it up. It's on.
And D-Rose, that's the funny part about it, right? When you ask him, well, why do you got that tangent line? Why do you got that straight line on the dingleberry? What's the ball for if you don't need it?
Yep.
And they'll tell you, well, we need that. We need the flat line first. They're the ones telling this shit to us now. Oh, they need that first. Because if it was just a ball, you would just use the ball. it's great.
What's the name? What's the name of the guy that used to be with Andy Griffith? He always shoot himself with the gun in the holster. What is his name? The deputy with on Andy Griffith show.
I
The
don't
deputy
remember.
used to always shoot himself in the foot. He used to always shoot himself in the foot before he got the gun out the
Can you
holster.
hear me? Barney
That's all
Fife.
they do.
Brian.
Elmer Fife or something like that.
Barney Fife. Barney.
That's
Barney
what it
Fife,
is.
yeah,
Yeah,
Barney.
yeah.
Yes,
They're a bunch of Barney Fifes.
Well,
They
they're
tried
reminiscing.
before they pulled the gun out the holster. They didn't shot themselves in the foot several times. Every time they open their mouths, that's all they do is shoot themselves in the foot.
He only had one bullet in his pocket.
Then how did he get it into his foot then? That makes no sense.
Because whenever he would actually load it into his gun, when he would think something's going on, as soon as he loaded it into his gun, he would shoot himself in the foot with it. That's why they only gave him one bullet.
Gotcha.
They got tired of paying
Right,
them
with
workman's
that
comp.
picture, the bit from Eli, or maybe you could pull up your Apple graph thing, which will demonstrate the point, I think, even better, and the impact of the admission with regards to what they're doing with 706R. Because I can show
Yeah,
that
just give
my
me a minute.
spreadsheets, but the picture we did on Flatzoids, and it's shout out Flatzoids. Me and Brian went into this in great detail, kind of on off the cuff as well, didn't we? That show. So but as we put this together, it kind of exemplifies how ridiculous what they're doing is. I'll wait for Brian.
Yeah, just give me a minute. I'll have to just get my computer on the go.
I'll share Eli's bit. Are we?
Yeah, I had to put it up. I just don't know where Eli's put it. Oh, we got it. Oh yeah, I had this up.
You got it. Do you want me to set this down or leave it?
Yeah, leave it if you want. It saves me flicking between Skype and you guys.
So I suppose the bit that's worth reading is to start that paragraph. This assumption makes things easy because the relative curvature of the ray and the Earth's surface is all that matters. In effect, we can use the previous result, but just use an effective radius of curvature for the Earth that is bigger than the real one, which is what that maths I did was showing and checking. So I used that picture you saw to develop a formula for the spreadsheet so you could work it out and see if it was matching. And that is what they're doing, it appears to be, which you can see they make mathematical apologetics for, saying it's the same thing. And I suppose the point of intersection could be classified as that, but it's the ridiculousness that maths is supposed to represent the reality. That's its only hope of being any real use to you if it at least accurately represents the reality. And what we're showing here is they're not even attempting to model all reality. They're just making things easy in the maths, apparently. But I said we'll see the implications. You good, Brian?
Just give me a moment.
Isn't that always the point, though? Isn't that why they've told us before, oh, this is why we assume, or this is why they assume the Earth to be flat and stationary, because it makes the maths easier. Oh, okay. So it makes math easier to assume something is the complete opposite of what it actually is, and that's supposed to make it easier. Okay. Nah, that's some okey doke shit. I'm not falling for that okey doke anymore.
Certainly wasn't the case when we were trying to imagine our way through all the different dimensions earlier. About an 8-minute video.
Oh, God.
Took about 45 minutes, maybe even longer to break it out, but about an hour probably to break down 8 minutes of nonsense. Or respond to, I should say, or react to.
I mean, guys, I always imagine a swimming pool to be like a track, a paved track. I mean, that makes it easier to swim, right?
If imagine it's like a paved track, and then imagine that I'm a 7th dimension, imagining it as all of the swimming baths in the world at a single point. So it's a finite, infinite point of all of the swimming baths. All of them. Now imagine that there's more than all of them in a separate, infinite, finite dot. You with me? They're a separate possibility. That's the 8th dimension. Boggling, eh?
I mean, that definitely checks out.
Yeah. Finite, infinite points. Oh, by the way, the point is also a line.
A line point.
Okay, so people who are critically minded, they differ from the people who just think that everything is amazing because they don't understand. So the normie goes, and we go,
It's a lack of inquisition. So people don't have an inquisitive mind. Therefore, they don't ask themselves any questions while they're being explained this. They just nod along. We saw it from that Andrew Gold guy. So he's asking about Coriolis deflection in a way that phrases it in such a way that the atmosphere would turn with the Earth. So he's led her in terms of a deflectionless world with an example of a train. You go, okay. Cognitively, I can understand the problem that presents you with to want to ask the question. Good question. Fine. Let's see how she answers. Oh, well, just totally just violate the claim in the first instance. Just describe something that doesn't happen.
Who is this?
Becky. Dr. Becky.
Becky?
Yeah, like with that Andrew Gold guy. But when she describes something that isn't happening, i.e. Tom tethered, he just goes, oh, yeah. Smiles. Like, total lack of any critical thought. Doesn't want to ask any follow-up questions in regards to how it doesn't work. Just, oh, yeah. And same goes for dimensions. People having infinite, finite dots that are lines described to them, they'll go, oh, yeah. Rather than ask themselves, can you have a dot represent something that's infinite? No. Oh, but they can in their Big Bang. And they do. Mathematically. They divide by 0 and get everything in the known existence of the universe. With a bit of maths divided by 0. You know, violating a mathematical principle gives you the Big Bang. Oh, yeah, says your average normie. And I think it's done to baffle them with bullshit. Like, again, with the guy with the dimensions talking about quantum, anything, and then describing you just watching something influencing reality. It's like, wow, way to bastardize the actual science of quantum mechanics. But why? Well, so he can bullshit his audience. So the audience think he knows what he's talking about. And if they're slightly confused, they're not going to, in most instances, go, I don't understand that. That doesn't make any sense to me. Can you explain it? Why? Well, because they don't want to seem stupid. When in reality, the absolute contradiction of that is the truth. The contrapositive's true. By asking the questions, by saying, yes, I am ignorant of this, or I fail to see the logical connection in this. I don't understand how this works. It doesn't imply that you're thick if you don't logically follow something, or if you just don't understand it upon first having it explained to you. It's like, that's perfectly reasonable to say, you know what, I don't understand that. Which could be akin to, that doesn't make logical sense to me. But most people are pre-programmed to say, I don't understand. And by saying that, they feel them making themselves stupid. If you say to somebody in authority who's telling you about time dimensions that you don't really understand, oh, all right, that's because you're stupid. Go on.
There's kind of like subsets to how people will behave when not knowing something. And it's interesting because they got a lot of little funny shows. Like there's this show where there's like this quick speed dating show where there's a buzzer, and they often admit that the reason that they pushed the buzzer is because they thought the other person was going to reject them. So rather than face the rejection, they just went ahead and pushed the buzzer themselves. Now, you know, for a more like example, it's like, on one hand, when I tell people who don't understand, like my mom, like I thought it was like home run initially, because she's like, oh, yeah, that far away look where they're just like not really understanding, but it's you, so they're letting you talk. And then there are people like my ex-girlfriend who, while I'm telling her this, she's like, I don't understand all the big words you're using. And this is what like kind of betrays the Glober when they say that, oh, it's word salad, Nathan. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about using all of those big words, Nathan. They're just admitting that they don't know how you're contextualizing these words that you obviously know how to use.
Right, but there's only one reason I know them, and that's because at some point somebody said one of those words and I've gone, what does that mean? Or, rather than, I could have rephrased, what does that word mean? Or, that's a new word to me. Can you explain what that means? Can you define that word? Right? That's akin to the guy saying, I don't understand that word, and being concerned that that means that he's casting a light of stupidity. Most people are too vain and will concern themselves that by asking what a word means, that they might paint themselves as stupid. What does that word mean? I've never heard that word before. Or, more likely, I've heard that word dozens of times, and I don't know what it means. Therefore, I better not ask what it is, because I should know it. I've heard it loads of times. It's like, even if you've heard a word 100 times, if you don't know what it means, number one, if you're lazy, which is really what I am, you go, what does that mean? And ask the person who's just used it, because you hope they understand it, to define it for you. Now, if you're really lazy, you'll just take them at their word, right? But if you're not lazy, you just look it up. What does the word mean? Sometimes I use a word just because of the flow of conversation, and I'll listen back to the show when I'm editing it, for instance, and I'll go, what does that word mean? A word I've used, right? And I go, what the hell does that word mean? And I'll ask Siri to define a word I've used. And I go, oh yeah, it did fit in context. You know what I mean? So I'm almost admitting that I don't know the words I'm using. It's not like that. It's just when you're into the flow of the conversation and you've got an idea, because at least at one stage in your life you've had a word defined to you, right? It'll come back out. Your brain has a way of doing that and having it work contextually, but only if you know what the word means at some point.
Yep.
But some people will do the worst sin than that, which is they'll use a word and they don't actually know what the word means. They've just slipped it in to sound more intelligent, like the guy with Dimensions talking about quantum anything. Like, why are you slipping this in? Because it makes your bullshit sound a bit more plausible now, doesn't it? On the shoulders of other bullshitters who are on the shoulders of real scientists.
See, but you see how well the indoctrination works, though? Because then people, like that very thing you did, what does that word mean? And people look that up, right? that's actually a sign of intelligence, because you actually want to know what the word means, as opposed to saying, well, I'm just stupid and I'm just not gonna, I don't know what the word means, so I'm just gonna just be over here.
Or with
hanging out.
Eli's example, it's the metaphorical equivalent of hearing that word and going, I'm going to push the buzzer in case he asks me if I know what that word means. Better get rid of him and reject him quickly, fob him off, because then it won't be exposed that I don't know what that word means. So if I press the buzzer, this problem that I don't understand goes away.
And Nathan, it's all about humility, because I'll be the first one to admit, and I could tell you my brother-in-law's experience, what he shared with me when I shared my experience. Now, mind you, I'm second in my class in Naval Medical School for corpsman and for ophthalmic technician. So I'm not a dum-dum. However, I'm having a conversation with the A guy that beat me by 0.04, something like that. We're having a conversation with two other people, and I'm making a conversation. I'm da-da-da-da-da-da. And I go, you know what I mean? Theologically speaking. Okay, I meant to say theoretically speaking. They bust out laughing, beer spitting all out their mouths. And I didn't really catch on that I said the wrong thing until I was corrected by one of the guys, and I started laughing. But I knew what I meant, but instead of saying theoretically speaking, I said theologically speaking, because I saw the THEO and just ran with that and didn't pay attention. And then my brother, he's got a graduate degree in IT. He's talking at a meeting, big accounts, talking about multi-million accounts. And he's saying, well, we placed this over here so that everybody can come together and be all sitting at the same table so they can conversate. And he said, all of a sudden the bell rang in his head. He said, did I just say conversate? Where the word is converse. So a lot of times people not trying to sound, intellectual or, Huh? Conversate is a word, Neil? Well, I got to tell my brother-in-law that, because he thought he spoke out of pocket when he said that. He meant to say so everyone can be closer so they can converse. And I heard of conversation, so we assume conversation.
It is a word.
But I still get your point. That's not major on
You
the
get my
minors.
point.
Yes, I still see your point. And that is called a
Yeah.
misspeak, right? So politicians misuse this term of misspeaking. So if you misspeak, it means that contextually, it doesn't matter if you say in theory or theologically. Theologically, contextually doesn't work, which is why it's amusing. Because contextually, you meant theoretically. And everyone understands that. That's a misspeak. Yeah? You meant to say one word, and out of context with the different word that was substituted, it completely changes the meaning, therefore is funny. Yeah? But then you recontextualize it back with the correct word, and everything moves along nicely. Yeah? Whereas politicians will use this term, misspeak, when they lie. I mean, I said she didn't suck my dick, but it was just a misspeak. You know what I mean?
Misinformation.
That's it. That's what happened yesterday in 24/7 with Miggy. Shout out to Miggy running the ship over there in the morning. What did this guy say? I can't even remember now. But he said something, and then afterwards he said, "That's not what I meant." But it is what you meant. You didn't mean anything else, because there's no way to contextualize it differently unless you're going to lie and make a different point.
Exactly. That's where I was going next. Exactly. That's what I was going to parallel with it. When politicians lie because they've said something that they've explicitly lied about, or in this context, they've contextualized it correctly and phrased it perfectly. But when they're proven to be wrong or demonstrated incorrect, they claim that they didn't mean what they said and then change their story. Now, for that very reason, you used to have the pink writing whenever we were doing this specifically with science. So what is your observed phenomena? Let's write it down. Well, why are you writing it down? Because in 5 minutes' time, when we pummel you, you'll tell us that actually that was the claimed cause of the effect and not the effect. And you'll substitute it for the independent variable if we haven't written it down. And when they did, we'd go, we've written it down. We've got it recorded. It's on paper, because it's hard to just tell someone that it's recorded. It's not enough in the moment. Whereas if you literally got it on a screen share with their words written down in a little pink bit of space, they're hard pushed to then do their little, just misspoke. I meant to say independent variable claim cause of the effect when I was describing the effect we were studying a minute ago. I just misspoke. No, you didn't. We wrote it down. We clarified it with you. We pegged you to your actual claim. Now we're moving on and you can't get around the bullshit that you're trying to spin. So, yeah, sometimes you have to tie people down because of their, oh, I misspoke. I didn't mean it like that. When I said Earth's falling away, I meant to say it's all flat and we get angles from it. Looks like we're all
present
done.
on this thing.
Yeah, oh yeah, of course. I was going to round out the show and I forgot that you've been presenting this for about the last 10 minutes with me babbling on about this. Go ahead.
No, I should have had it up ages ago. I was signed out of GeoGebra and I couldn't get in there. But just so people know, this is what Adam is talking about. Okay, this green circle here, that is the size of the globe Earth with its correct radius, right? The red circle is 7/6R globe. So that's the size of the globe with 7/6R added. Now remember, 7/6R is always a constant. So it's always at least 7/6R, if not greater than 7/6R within the model. So there's always at least 7/6R and more than 7/6R. So when they're referring to the globe, I'm feeding back on someone. When they're referring to the globe, they're always referring to a globe that is at least the size of this red circle and bigger, right? But this is the thing, right? For the black swan image, this I'm feeding back to somebody there.
I just clicked in to say just hold back before you zoom out. Just explain just a little bit on this, because you think, oh, it's just a bigger circle, but even this one has an implication. This is 7/6R. Okay, now one of the things me and Brian was discussing is, what do they do? Do they keep it at the same angle or do they keep it at the same distance? Now, have to keep things at the same distance because they're trying to match reality still. So what they're trying to do in the maths is make a bigger ball for everything to sit on. Like I said, but the 7/6R, if you divide this red circle up, okay, into 7 portions, then the last portion in their reality doesn't exist. It's a gap. It's a dead zone. There's nothing there. All of the feeding back from Discord, if we take one great circle route, all of that green great circle route would be plotted out and leave a 7th of the circle empty, dead. There is the point where the land ends, there would then be 1/7 of the circle before getting back to the beginning of the red circle. So it shows you there's this area of no land, which on a 7/6R normal day, you can kind of just say, okay, it's just a mathematical thing. We've just got to ignore it a little bit. It's only a little bit out. But now, Brian, if we go to the Black Swan, you'll see.
Just before you do, Adam, I just want to explain to people here, because actually I wasn't going to. I actually went a bit fast. I'm feeding back. Someone has their mic open or something, because me and Adam are both feeding back to somebody. Is it Arwen or somebody through their computer?
I can't see who else is in there. Who else is in here? Everybody's on mute.
It's you that keeps lighting up, Nathan. I think it's from Discord.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
But yeah, what Adam is trying to say there is, they see this green circle. Well, the distance around this green circle is put onto this red circle, but because it can only go so far around this red circle, a portion of this red circle is non-existent. So this is how they work it. What they want to do is flatten out the ball by putting you on a bigger circle, a bigger sphere, but mathematically through angles keep things like the oil rigs in the Black Swan at the same distance from the observer. Because in reality, if you made the ball bigger, it would make the oil rigs further from you. So what they want to do is stretch with the Black Swan, for instance, which we'll go to in a second. They want to stretch the horizon away from you by making the ball bigger, but they want to keep the oil rigs in the same place, which is cheating, which is just cheating. But what Adam is saying is only whatever distance there is around this green circle, once you put that onto that red circle, any part that it doesn't cover, that part is like a void. It doesn't. It's like it's in a void. It doesn't exist. But yeah, so they've kind of broken the circle in a way, Adam, haven't they? In that way, because they don't have a circle then. Yeah. So once they start using 7/6R, they don't have a great circle route anymore because they don't have a circle. So will I go to the Black Swan and you can explain the 5% part?
Yeah.
Yep.
So
yeah. Okay.
what we've done here is obviously with the assumption that in a ball world the horizon is the leading edge, even if you claim.
Hold on. Mute. Oh, he's done it now. I think it was the second line that Brian was on that was causing the problem. Anyway, it's muted up now. Go ahead.
Because you assume that horizon is created by the leading edge of your ball, even with, in this case, 7/6R, you see what it does to it, as Brian's described. We can do the back working and show the implications of the size of the ball based on the Black Swan photo. So if we take it to the 250,000 mile R value, which is what they would be claiming is happening with this level of refraction, obviously it's a much bigger ball. And what we've got there is what I just did was take a great circle route off a 6/6R, take the 40,000 kilometers and express it as part of this circle. So you see from points B to C is the equivalent distance of a great circle route. And they're still claiming it's on a ball, but basically it's flat, isn't it? Because the Black Swan picture is flat. So this is the size of the ball they have to do. Now, in this case, B to C, and I'm talking the small distance, is one circumference of the ball Earth. The rest of that does not exist. 95% of the circle does not exist. All of the land is traversed between B and C. That's how big and perverse the mathematics is now. So to make your ray tracing on that, that's the ball you're dealing with. And all of reality is between B and C.
Yeah, exactly, Adam. So not only is this little tiny green circle in here, is that the actual globe out size, but when they have to put, and not only is the red circle what they always deal with, which is a 7/6R, at least a 7/6R, which means that they're always referencing a globe that's at least the size of the red circle, which means that on its own breaks the great circle route claim. But when they have to explain something like the Black Swan photograph, look at the size of the circle they need, and this is between B and C, as Adam is describing, is the full length of a great circle route from 90 degrees south across and to 90 degrees south the opposite side. So that's the full 21,600, the full 24,856 miles in circumference of the globe Earth of a great circle route.
And what derivation of R is that second circle, the Black Swan circle, the big one?
Sorry, Nathan?
What derivation of R is that bigger circle?
250,000 miles radius.
Yeah, but what is that as a calculation of the R value? So in other words, the second circle, if you zoom back in, is 7/6 of a radius. What is the bigger one?
Oh yeah, you want to know how much over 6 the bigger one is. Sorry, Adam?
So give me 2 seconds and I'll turn it into a fraction.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that the gap, I'll just wave my mouse over it and then I'll ask you to zoom in, between here and here is a larger distance, there we go. Yeah, Brian's doing it too, than the entirety of the, did you say the circle route on a globe Earth? The Great Circle Route? You're on mute, by the way, Brian.
Oh, sorry, Nathan. That's the full length of a Great Circle Route between B and C. That is the full length of it.
And that's missing. Every time you increase the size, you're going to have this section missing because it's only representative of the surface distances, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So you've got a missing bit of reality when you start applying a derivation of the R value to increase the size of the sphere to explain things with refraction. Suddenly you're missing bits of reality.
Oh, they don't have enough sphere for their sphere. That seems problematic.
Basically, that's exactly a good description. They don't have enough sphere surface for their sphere when they increase the rate of it, because it's got to tie to the surface. It's got to tie to the land itself, hasn't it?
Yeah, everything outside B and C doesn't exist.
Well, wouldn't that be like just a function of like let's say I'm trying to prove a ball has a diameter of, let's say, I don't know, 10 feet. We're gonna always start with assuming that it's 15 feet, and that's how we prove that it's 10 feet. I mean, what the hell, man?
I make it 379 over 6R.
379 over 6R. Wow. Was it just coincidental that it was over 6?
Oh, I made it so the fraction, the numerator was the equivalent.
Oh, okay. Bloody hell. Didn't expect that to be the answer.
379.
Okay.
I'm a geek. I expect it.
Well, that's cool. That's cool.
Well, what it means, if to put it into a more ridiculous real world term, is that you're measuring a 1-inch piece of wood to be like 100 miles long. It's as ridiculous as that.
Yeah. That's kind of what I meant. You just exaggerated more, but yeah, that's how you prove that the Earth has a diameter of, I don't know, 10 feet. You just assume it's 15 all the time. That's how you start off. That's great.
It always has your 10-foot diameter Earth always has a 15-foot diameter.
Was there anything else you wanted to add to this, Adam or Brian? If not, I'm going to round it out.
No, I just that is it. And I think me and Adam should do a fuller presentation on this, actually, just to really.
Well, you should. I'll reference.
Great show,
Flat
guys.
Swords.
Great show.
Flat Swords show. So just plug Flat Swords show.
Yeah, but I think actually it's becoming more and more clear. I reckon we could even condense it down to just we make a presentation between us, and if you just play it on the show, something like that.
Okay. Maybe we do that tomorrow's after show. Right, with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and Jupiter's panels for making today's after show possible. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!